Greetings, family. Happy New Year's. All that jazz. My name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And let's get ready to get started. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Love it. Love it. I guess I might need to shut my door. Want to be all loud all of a sudden. Greetings. FG Apothecary. Let's see here. The way IG is set up now is weird. Let me go. Okay, I got it right there. Okay. Let's see if this will work. Greetings, everyone. Hey. All right. My head hurts, I'll be honest. I've probably been reading too much. I have a suddenly throbbing headache. Whoa, shit, son of a bitch.
But how many of them did school ever teach you? Let's begin.
All right. Oof. Man, I got a headache. All right. Okay. Maybe it's this light. All right. The screen's gonna look a little weird for you guys on TikTok. There ain't much I can do about it. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I can do a little bit something about that. Let's see. Let's see if I can rig this a little better. Let's see what I can manipulate here. Let's see here. Oh, got a headache. Damn. That might do. It's not the greatest setup, but I think it might work. All right, cool. Okay, greetings, everybody. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Happy and, whatever, all that stuff. You feel me? I'll be honest. My extensive wormhole has not ended since my last live, I think, which was the 31st I think the 31st was the last live I did. Or maybe it was the 30th. It was something like that. But anyway, the last live that I did, which is one of the reasons I haven't been on here in a while. It's been what, like 4 days maybe? Because the last live that I did was 11 hours long. It was 11 hours long. And every time I say that I'm not going to do something that insane again, it don't take no time before I do something insane like that again. And while on the one side of my brain, I recognize why it ends up happening that way, is because I am internalizing a serious need and a serious urgency that I just feel like, and it's not like I'm, so deep and profound that nobody else could possibly do it. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see it. And I don't see it, and I don't see it in mass, which is what we need. We need in mass an articulation in the moment, not only of the urgency, because an articulation of the moment's urgency without a summation about an identifiable way forward, an identifiable and encouraging, and not an identifiable and an encouraging way forward. I'm not talking about pie in the sky. I'm not talking about anything other than what we realistically have in our possession right at this moment to radically impact the future, as opposed to being led the hell around by our fear. Hold on, because you is about to be on my damn nerves. Always this BS. No, God, that mess is annoying. Hey. There. All right. As soon as I get something, pump everything. Ugh. As soon as I get on the roll, you have to start with this. Ugh. Over it. Anyway, let's see if this will work. Man, you listen, y'all don't know, man. Y'all don't know. And I'm done past the point of feeling guilty about it. Like, I'm done with that shit. Whatever. I'm annoyed. Anyway, let's see if I can do something with this. So anyway, what I was saying was, before I was so rudely interrupted by this damn attention whore in my house, is that man, there is no, and this is the moment, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no shortage of BS these megalomaniacs are attempting to do to ensure that you do not take advantage of the moment, that you are, no joke, man, that you are literally terrorized and exhausted into submission. That's what this is about. And if you can accept that, which it shouldn't be hard to do, y'all think it's just the individual quote craziness of Donald J. Trump. And I don't know how many ways I have to tell y'all that. It is not. This country does not look the way that it looks. And it ain't just the United States of America, for that matter. But let me start here. This country does not currently look the way that it looks because some lone weirdo and his machinations of kingship and shit has taken hold of the reins of power. And so this is what we get. Trump could not, it would be an impossibility for Donald J. Trump to behave in the White House, hell, and in the world the way that he does without an absolute consolidated base of support up in the White House. I'm not talking about the people that went out and voted for him. Not right now. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the fact that your party plays in your face, that they will flex their muscles, that they will squinch their eyebrows and wave their hands so that they put on a front that they really give a damn about your life and your existence. And they don't. They will do all the little stuff to perpetually win you away from what must be done. And I'm not just talking about in the White House. There is no shortage. Oh, I got a headache. Oh my God. There is no shortage of distractions, dumb distractions from what must be done. What we not only what must be done, but what we perfectly have the ability to do. Y'all will spend 1,000 hours scrolling through video after video after video after video about Nicki Minaj. Y'all will spend hundreds of hours scrolling through videos that are orchestrated no differently than a person in Hollywood drafting a script for a movie he intends to produce and direct. I'm telling you, it's that evident to me. It's that evident to me. And the problem becomes when we do not have the ability. I'm not saying do not watch what you watch. I kind of am saying that. But if you're going to watch what you watch, have the ability to take each piece of what you watch and recognize how the threads are being woven to guarantee a tapestry that is put before you, that the overall tapestry being presented to you, before you, through these things, is that you are powerless. We are all-knowing and all-seeing and ever-watchful, and there's absolutely nothing you can do. That's the tapestry presented to you. But if you can recognize that there is a tapestry that is much older than the flimsy, not well-written piece of propaganda being force-fed down your face in this moment, that there is actually a tapestry that is much older, much better made, much better woven than the one being presented to you. And the one that is being presented to you right now is a tapestry that is rapidly woven together, flimsily woven together, because listen, there is there is a knowing that exists, and everything that we see that appears to be catastrophe and urgency and shit, and we internalize it, there is a knowing. And unfortunately, only one side knows the shit. You feel me? Only one side knows the shit. You understand? And at some juncture, we're going to have to accept responsibility for the world. There is no excuse. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. There is no excuse. If there is something that you want to know, this instrument provided to us right here takes the question marks out of everything. And so if there's something that you don't know, yet you have not attempted to jump up on here and know the thing that you don't know, but instead will spend 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hours doom scrolling through some bullshit. Because there is a knowing. And what you are witnessing around the world is a response to the knowing that those in positions of power have. What is it that they know that you refuse to see, though it is right here? What is it that they know that they are responding to, that you are internalizing as some global catastrophe that somehow is different or more desperate than any other period in history, when it ain't? What is it? What is the deep knowing that they know that you refuse to see, that you fully have the capacity to know and then take advantage of? It is the end of the world. It is. The end is upon us. Yes. The revelations is upon us. Yes. What is it? What's that shit they call the apocalypse? Yes, it is upon us. The Armageddon, yes, the hell it is upon us. And they are well within their rights to be acting like a mortally wounded, fighting for its very last gasp of air. Because what is the revelations? What is the apocalypse? What is the Armageddon? It's us. It's us. It's us. It's us. Who do I mean when I say us? I mean everybody. Who is the everybody I'm talking about? I'm talking about everybody who got a mama. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody who got a mama. Everybody who was given rise to by the perfect process that is called childbirth. That's what I'm talking about. Now, whether you were aware of it or not, whether you refuse it or not, that's not the issue. The process is perfect. The process is perfect. The knowing that they have is an old knowing. It is something that has been told to them a very, 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 very long time ago by an old Black woman. Many old Black women. Old Black women walking around the living embodiment of the goddess's reign on earth, prophesying to and fro that if you don't get right with your mama, your life on this earth, the plan you are attempting to execute on this planet will be short-lived, boo. It'll be short-lived. You may have your day in the sun, but that shit gonna be short-lived. And so what you're seeing is a child, is a reckless child lashing out because it knows that mama is about to whip its whole ass. Is about to dismantle the brigandage plaguing the planet. And so all these men everywhere on earth, no matter what color they are showing their ass. They showing their ass. I don't care what I see. I don't care what I see. All I see is the inevitability of the primordial ass whipping they have been avoiding, fighting like hell to avoid. That's all I see. Everywhere. That's all I see. Guns out. That's all I see. Threats of war here and there and to and fro. That's all I see. That's all I see. Because you know what they see? They see the inevitable, long time ago promised emergence of the one to come and slay, to come and dismantle and destroy everything they erected in opposition to her. That's all I see. That's all I see. And if you are a woman in particular, if you are a person, if you are a female, if you are a person born with a uterus in particular, but in general, every single solitary human who has a uterus to thank for their existence on this planet right now, if you are a breathing human being living on a planet that is literally like you can't even hide from the shit anymore, that you are distressed by what is unfolding on this planet right now today, and you still, yeah, this should be tripping me out. This should be tripping me out. How we can witness in real time, feel every minute of the day in real time the despair of the suffering on earth. That shit is palpable. It is what's plaguing the atmosphere, is the screams and the cries and the laments and the sobbing and the crying and the wailing and the weeping of women and children and men and others everywhere on the whole of the planet. And the shit that is stressing me out is y'all, after all this time, will still come to these same conclusions about what we must do to make the world better. We need to pray to make the world better. We need to meditate and do long walks for justice. We need to we need to pray to Jesus and Allah and what's that other nigga name? Yahweh and shit. We need to meditate like the Buddha. We need to do a green ascetic acts of desperation and suffering and martyrdom in line with the Hindu tradition to make the world better. Meanwhile, everywhere you look on earth where power, weak ass dying ass patriarchal power is attempting to rescue itself, everywhere on the whole planet that you look, some news somewhere, anywhere on the whole of the globe where weak ass patriarchal power is, quote, pump faking about what it's gonna do. And every time you turn on the TV, all you see is old ass men everywhere. 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 That's all you see is old ass men in positions of power. And what they are fighting, baby, what they're fighting, what they're trying to avoid is the inevitable that the mother promises they owe ass. What does the mother promise they owe ass? The same thing that she promises every last one of us who are born. Everybody on earth that is born is going to have their day where as soon as they take their last breath, the primordial she dressed in black robes will come to visit you and walk you gently into your next life. That's what they try to avoid. And in an attempt all these many years ago to avoid the inevitable, they were like, look, we ain't got to go out like everybody else. You feel me? All we got to do is make ourselves like God. Then we make ourselves like God, disappear the presence of her everywhere she attempts to show her face. And we can live forever. And guess what? Once we take hold of time, once we rewrite the whole sky, once we rewrite the whole heavens in our image, once we rename every great luminary in the entire cosmos in our image. No one will question our supremacy as babies on earth. Nobody will question our supremacy. As a matter of fact, they will give us willingly all day life force to ensure that we live forever. I just want to say, before I get into what I'm going to get into, and this is a preface to what I'm going to get into, it's why I have spent, that's why my head hurts. It's why I have spent the last 14 days, man, in a wormhole of unimaginable proportion. And let me just say something to you. I have been pretty open about my life, about my circumstances, about the circumstances of living here in California, and how extremely tumultuous it is. I am always in this place where I'm having to stage a contest for my right to live. Do you understand what I'm saying? And so I will be in here in these proverbial wormholes I'll be telling y'all about, literally having a fight with my old self in my present self, my old self in my new self, my old self in the self that knows I have a job to do. I have a call to do. And so I'll be sitting here reading, but I'm like, damn, maybe I should go, fill out this paperwork so I can get some assistance. But you know what? I can't get out of this hole. And I try so hard not to be frustrated, because the gravity, man, y'all, I cannot even communicate the mountain that I am attempting to crawl from up. I cannot even articulate it. The fact that I get up every day at 7:00 and literally am constantly, perpetually doing something of grand importance, whether it's actually trying to secure my goddamn life or trying to do this thing here. And I know it's hard to hear because there's 124 million channels. I'm just trying to tell you, man, the breakthroughs coming up through here. I stay frustrated and I try not to. I try to stay optimistic. I try not to be at war with myself about this moment. But I know this weirdo sitting in the office is attempting, because the same thing that I'm telling you that we have the ability to take possession of, the same thing, the same information, the same force, the same thing that we have the potential to take hold of, not something weird down the goddamn line today. Today. We have the opportunity, unlike any that has existed. I don't know how many ways I got to say this shit. Because the urgency that I experience is not desperation. The urgency that I am experiencing is goddamn certainty. The urgency I am experiencing is my frustration that somehow I am not communicating well enough to stimulate and invigorate that giant that is fighting like hell to break free from every single goddamn one of us. Each one of us has a responsibility to take possession of what is being laid before us, not just by, quote, energy and planets. Our goddamn ancestors paid every price imaginable for us to be in this moment in a way that we can pretty much effortlessly, at least compared to our ancestors, at least compared to the debts they had to pay. And I don't care who your ancestors are. If you white, you got ancestors too that was revolutionary gangsters. If you native, you got ancestors that was gangsters. If you us, it doesn't matter. Everybody on earth has ancestors alive in their blood that were the collateral damage, seeking retribution in you. You are their retribution. You are their redemption. You are the ability to rectify what has been wronged all over this earth. You are the ability to do that. We have the ability. We have the cosmic ability. We have the scientific ability. We have the historical ability. We have everything to our advantage to wrestle this bitch to the ground. We do. And what we have done is we have let psychobabble, we have let our insecurities, our imposter syndrome. There is no shortage of bullshit force fed down your face since you existed, since you was born, to attempt to muzzle, to attempt to subdue the giant that is in each and every one of you. I don't care who you is. Even if you down and out and on the street right now, you are on the street because there is a giant in you that these motherfuckers want suppressed. I'm telling you. And I can see it so clear. I can see it so clear. And the reason I be frustrated, the reason I be mad, I don't want to be mad. I don't want to be mad. Because I am certain, man. I'm so certain. I'm so certain. When I tell you, once you have a certain level of clarity, child, I hate to use the metaphor, but your ass is the proverbial Neo, and all you see is code. But what the code is bullshit. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. That's all you see. Everything they trying to give you, talking in their suit and tie to make it seem all professional and scary. I can't believe this is happening in America. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. That's all you see. That's all you see. And if all you see is bullshit, it takes the fear away. It removes the illusion of some power imbalance. That's why I spent 11 hours on the goddamn phone with y'all, on the YouTube with y'all the other night. The whole time I'm talking about this breakthrough that I had on the damn solstice, about how there are multiple things that can happen at the same time. But the first thing that we have to do is relinquish blame. We have to become the God. Each one of us a peculiar personification, a necessary, right in this moment, singular strand as God in her peculiar personification in this moment to make sure that the tapestry is unfolded, is opened up, child. The revelation is the unfolding so that everybody can see what it is. That's all. Otherwise, we will stay coming to conclusions fed to us by men and old ass men in positions of power attempting to behave like the mythological Saturn. He who devours his children. This is the play being acted out in real time, all the time, every day. Everything that makes you upset is this play that has been imposed on your skull, man. It's everywhere. I've been up in here. Honey, let me tell you something. That damn winter solstice and our entry into Capricorn season, and I'm thinking I'm just gonna do some little spiritual house cleaning, some internal, freeing up of my heart chakra. She is like, oh no, bitch, this ain't the day. This ain't the day. Get your ass ready. Get yourself some food if you can. You understand? Go down there when you can. Go get your little old people lunch. But you gonna be hibernating up in this bitch because I got some shit to show you. I am telling you, man. And I know I seem mad. I am mad. But I'm also excited. I'm also certain. I'm also convinced beyond anything that anybody can tell me. There ain't shit you can tell me to convince me otherwise that we are appropriately and perfectly placed in this most magnanimous moment in goddamn human history if we will buck the fuck up and take hold of it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. What? You ain't got shit to lose because this motherfucker literally trying to rob you blind in broad daylight. You ain't got shit to lose. So now is the moment. It shouldn't have taken this. It shouldn't have taken this much. But now we at the moment where you ain't got shit to lose. You ain't got shit to lose. You feel me? And I'm going to tell y'all something today. I'm going to show you some things today. I'm going to tell you some things today. I'm going to be as disciplined as I possibly can be because my time is valuable and I need my time to demonstrate that. I'm going to tell you why I'm mad, and I'm never going to say it again, but I'm going to tell you why I'm mad. Over the last, I've been here since 2018. The temple is 3 years old, but even I started really teaching this way here in 2019. I've read 8, 9 books up on here. I be going on deep dives. I be getting emails from y'all. I be getting like, timestamps, which I love, love, love so much from y'all. So I can go back and remember something brilliant that jumped out of my face. You feel me? And as many really dope channels as I follow, as many dope people as I know, somebody is going to call me a narcissist. I'm okay with that. Somebody is going to say at some juncture that she is suffering from, what do they call it? Suffering from grand delusions. What's the other thing that they say? Because I've had these discussions with myself. You understand what I'm saying? I have studied at length. It was to almost the point of obsession, but ever since I was young, not just recently, because I was born in a religious cult and then ended up in a political cult, and then delusions of grandeur, yes, and then ended up in what some people would call another religious cult as a devotee of Ifa. Okay. And then what some people will eventually say is that the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is a cult. So even before I made the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence a legit religious organization here in California, I was because I'm a Virgo with a Capricorn Moon in a Gemini rising. So, we gon' cross our T's, we gon' dot our I's, we gon' mull over and mull over and mull over and mull over 1,000,000 times before we make a move, before we bust a move. You feel me? And that's what I spent a lot of time doing. I don't think that I know of that there is a documentary yet on the most notorious cults of the world. I don't think there's a documentary of cults that I have not yet seen. I don't think so. I might be wrong, but I doubt it. I have spent many, 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 many hours from every perspective about the history of these cults, how they emerge, what is happening politically in the world at the moment that cults seem to spring up out the dirt like daisies. What is happening politically? What is happening economically? What is happening in the world that tends to coincide with the burgeoning, the growing of more of cults? Not only cults, because the other extreme that tends to happen almost neck and neck when you have moments in society where you have sharp political discord and disarray, cults is one extreme that the increase of cults is one thing that tends to correspond with very pivotal moments that are politically or economically strenuous. The other thing that tends to happen is an increase of either serial killers or mass violence. These things, there are whole graphs that show you at different moments when you have sharp periods of economic and political discord in the world, that the two things that are going to follow in that increase are freaking cults and what you call it, and serial killers and mass violence. Them things go neck and neck, right? I've studied all this. I've studied FBI footage on what they were doing in the 1960s when there was a whole big old bunch of cults that just popped up out the daisies, and they was going on these rescue missions to kidnap wealthy and middle-class white kids who was joining these cults to, quote, deprogram them. I've studied how there are telltale signs of of a person that emerges as a cult leader, all over the planet. Because I was like, I gotta make sure that none of this bullshit is me. Okay? I'm being funny, but I'm being deadly serious, and I'm working up to something. Then I saw that documentary about the girl that passed away. I don't know, maybe 2 years ago now, maybe 3 years ago now. I don't know her name, but she called herself Mother God, right? What was the name? I forget the name of the cult, but she called herself Mother God. I'm sure y'all remember because she died from silver, colloidal silver overdose. That when they found her, she was blue, like an alien, because she had been basically taking colloidal silver like it was going out of style, and she died from overdose of colloidal silver. But I watched like 3 or 4 documentaries on her. There's like 3 or 4 of them. And but I watched one in particular that was colloidal. Child, don't ask me nothing like that. Colloidal silver is one of those things. It's a mineral, obviously. It's a mineral, but it's very popular among like holistic medicine, holistic healing. But everything has to be in balance. People think that just because something is, quote, natural, people think that just because something, quote, grows out of the ground, that they can just take it and take it and take it and take it and take it. Colloidal silver can kill you. And they were selling it as a part of their fundraising apparatus for their church, this Mother God, right? You take colloidal silver like you would any other mineral, right? You take minerals in small amounts. Colloidal silver, they tell you to take 2 to 5 drops, not dropperfuls, 1, 2, 3 drops under the tongue. And this girl they were selling big old bottles like this. And because she was an alcoholic, she was like, if I'm an alcoholic, I can undo the damage by just chugging colloidal silver. And she died from silver toxicity that caused organ failure. Anyway, so I was watching this one in particular, though. And in the study that I've been doing, particularly the last 4 days, over the last 2 weeks, but particularly the last 4 days. And what I told one of the many things that I told you in the 11-hour live that I did the other day was about, I kept saying, to what end? To what end? To what end? This has to be the question that you ask anyone that you put forward as a mentor or as a person in a position of leadership, someone whose teachings you may value, because to what end? To what end? And I'm not talking about, because, the other thing that we do is we are okay with ambiguous answers, intangible ideations from those that we place in positions of authority or power over us. We are okay accepting that everything that they are teaching us is so that we can make the world a better place. We're okay with that answer. I'm not okay with that answer. Everybody that teaches you is to assist you in this pivotal moment that is going to ensure that you too have the ability to ascend into the 5D. I'm not okay with that answer. I'm not okay with that answer. I'm not okay with that answer. I'm not okay with what's another popular thing that you be hearing? This plant, this sacred ancient plant medicine is going to allow you to open up the doors of perception so that you can see the real you. I'm not okay with that answer. Maybe that's why. The reason I brought up cults is because people who didn't have a goddamn thing to offer the world, who didn't have a goddamn thing to offer humanity, and everyone was so quick. Everyone was so jolly on the spot and enthusiastic to support every waking moment of their life and got nothing in return, not even a tangible, realizable vision of the goddamn future. I'm not talking about. We're in the process of a literal heaven on earth. To what damn end? To what end? Next time you at church, bitch, ask your preacher. All this shit that you just said to make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside, to what end? To what end? And then what? Exactly. And then what? How? And then what? Not only the institutions, not only your mentors, not only your leaders, your shamans, your gurus, and all of that stuff, ask them. Put the pressure on their ass. They ain't had no pressure. I just watched. Somebody gonna be mad. I don't care. Somebody gonna be mad. I just watched. What is it? 50 monks? What monks? Was it? What? One of y'all sent me that video. 50 monks gonna do a walk for whatever, this and such and this and this. To what end? To what end? To what end? And so because I don't talk about flowers and daisies and roses and Shantice and Nirvana and the 5D and the angels, what else y'all be talking about? What angelic language? What else y'all be talking about? The goddamn Galactic Federation and what else y'all be talking about? You understand? The Anunnaki and the Tartarians and the reemergence of Atlantis, the reptilians and the lizard people, and the ley lines with the vortices and shit, and the ancient sites with the magical music and what is it? The Fibonacci sequence in the ancient temples and why they be hiding the bells. So what then is you talking about this shit? Because I'm going to be frank with you. Some of that stuff goes to at all. Some of that stuff y'all hear me talk about. Some of that actually hear me talk about. You do. But there is a conclusion. There is a goal that we have, that I have. I don't know if y'all all on board. I can assume that because some of you are very, very regular, that you on board with this goal because you, like I can see it crystal clear in your mind's eye. You can see what I'm talking about. You can feel in your goddamn flesh and in your blood what I'm saying because it sings to you as a memory, not something that must be deep in the future, but as something familiar in a memory that's been hidden from you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I be talking to you very specifically, I don't be talking to, I'm not up on here to be talking to y'all for 11 hours and make motherfucking $46. I'm talking to you and I'm giving you everything because we have a goddamn charge. And even though I haven't created an architectural draft for the vision, what I have done is lay motherfucking 900 videos on this bitch, speaking very honestly and very frankly and very clearly about what it is we must create, what it is we must do, how it is we can do that. Not just me saying we got to do this and we got to do this and we got to do this. But how we can do this, how we can use, okay, if you want to be talking about the Fibonacci sequence and how these weirdos change the standard sound frequency to mess our brains up, okay, this is how we're going to counter this shit. Then the brother, what's his name? Power Kismet. I'm like, look, I didn't drop gold. I didn't drop gold on y'all. I didn't drop platinum on y'all perpetually for 6 years. You feel me? Go up in the damn videos, and if something hit your spirit and your ass is a goddamn musician, figure out how to clip that shit and make a song out of it. And Power Kismet was like, okay. And now we got 7 songs for the temple that are fire as hell. So you see what I'm saying? I'm not just saying we gotta. I'm saying this is how we can do that shit because I cannot do this shit by myself. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to. And the problem is that y'all will follow bullshit, fun bullshit. Goddamn. I just watched this damn documentary that I've seen 100 times about Jim Jones. Jim Jones was the police, first of all. Jim Jones was the police. He was a goddamn special ops agent ass motherfucker who had relationships all the way up to the highest rank in this country. Don't I keep telling y'all the same thing over and over and over and over and over again about these new age spiritual leaders, these new thought movement guys who gave us all this magical shit? Aleister Crowley was the state. I just found out what's this dude's name? I just found out yesterday. What's this dude's name? Ooh, I have it open to show y'all. But this guy was the founder of a religion that is still active today. He long dead, but he was the founder of a religion. He became a Satanist under Anton LaVey, under the Church of Satan. But then there were certain things about Anton LaVey that he didn't rock with, and so he broke off and created a new branch that is actually has much more members today than Anton LaVey at the height of the Church of Satan. There's like 5 different branches of Luciferianism and Satanism in this country. This dude, just reading about him yesterday, this person was special ops. He was special ops in the United States military for 30 years before becoming a Satanist. And don't nobody see no contradiction in that. Don't nobody see no. Did we just learn the other day that what's his name? Aleister Crowley essentially created the skeleton that would become the CIA. He basically before the CIA existed, he created the skeleton, particularly of their special operations like MK Ultra, mind control manipulation, the freaking what's it called? The Holmesburg Penitentiary, experimentation on black bodies for 30 years. Crowley is the godfather of that, because his work as a so-called esotericist or new enlightenment leader, he was the police. He was the police. So to what end? To what end? So somebody told me the other day, because I was talking about Manly P. Hall and all of the white nationalist connections that he had. And so they was like, why you want to buy that book then? Because just because they hold the information hostage don't mean that the information is not something that we can use. Why? Because they stole it from us. That's why. God damn it. What the hell kind of question is that? What the hell kind of question is that? Why you want to buy Manly P. Hall book anyway? First of all, because I said so. That's why. First of all. But if I need to offer an explanation about why I think it is important for us to own this book and for us to be dividing that bitch up chapter by chapter, all of us, all women, I want to be clear. People born with uteruses. The history that the world needs to comply to, the history that the world of the future needs to be able to have access to, is a history told by those who have been disappeared from history for the last 6,000 years. So these men have been offered the opportunity by everybody, by men, by women, by poor people, all this bullshit y'all fucking support, when it hasn't given you anything. Not only has it not given you anything, it has armed the mediocre to dig their heels in to attempt to have control over your entire life using your secrets, your ancient magic, your ancient skills in the hands and in the possession in secret societies by the goddamn mediocre. And you can't figure out why the more we learn, the worse off we are. The more technologically advanced we become, the worse our goddamn conditions get. And you refuse to see that it's not just a, quote, sterile, political, socialist, scientific, dialectical, materialist analysis that can explain why we're in this situation. First of all, because the godfathers of scientific socialism and dialectical materialism, dialectical and historical materialism were in secret societies their goddamn self. So to what end? Anybody teaching you anything doesn't mean that the content that they are teaching you is not valuable for you to keep and filter through your goddamn peculiar worldview. Does not mean that. What it does mean is, if this person that is teaching you what they teaching you is a grimy, slimy, historically spec son of a bitch, take what you need, filter through your own worldview so that you can use the information that has likely been stolen from you. If they teaching you, they probably stole it from you, bitch. That's all I'm saying. that you take your own ancestral memory of that which has been stolen from you and kept from you, filter it through your worldview, and even if it comes from some diabolical bastard, guess what? It will have a different impact filtered through you, changing your behavior, it becoming a material force, taken into your skull, mulled around with other information that you have, becoming a part of your body, your flesh, your blood, your bones, charging you to move differently in the world. That moving differently will have a physical impact. You will be able to see the outcome of this information filtered through you. You understand what I'm saying? There is nothing that I read. There is nothing that I have read. There is nothing that I have learned. There is nothing that I have done that I do not filter through my own worldview. Why? Because I trust me. Why? Because I'm the God of my universe. What's my universe? My heart is my son, bitch, and everybody else falls in line. Why that is? Because the process for which I got here is perfect. What's that process? The day that my mama conceived me. Then followed up as a certainty the moment I was born. Perfect. Perfection literally demonstrating itself every single solitary day. Problem is, y'all convinced y'all ain't perfect. That's the problem. That is the problem. Because you equate perfection with sterility. White walls, white floor, white coat, white skin, white microscope, white textbooks. See, you see perfection as sterility, you see. Perfection is an unfolding process that's always perfect in the moment. Always. That's what evolution is. Evolution is the process of perpetually unfolding perfection. Y'all convinced y'all ain't perfect. You are convinced that when your ass got a runny nose, you are convinced that when you are convinced that when you develop cancer, that there is something, quote, wrong with you. That's what you're convinced of. I know y'all can't hear that, but that's what you're convinced of. That there's something wrong with the process. You don't see the runny nose. You don't see the bellyache. You don't see the autoimmune disease. You don't see the cancer. You do not see these things as the evidence of a perfectly unfolding process. Every last one of these things that you experience is not something wrong with you, baby. It is the evidence of your perfection. It is your body as your armor always rallying on your behalf. And so when your body is experiencing discomfort, this is an expression. This is a communication from your body that, bitch, we said way back when you ignored it, that something is amiss up in here and that you need to do some correction. But since you didn't listen, 10 years later, we going to tell you louder and harder and more painful that we need assistance, that our perfectly functioning immune system is going to need some assistance. Whether that's herbs, whether that is an intervention from a healer, the process is still perfect. But you convinced that you are born flawed. You are convinced that you're born filthy. You are convinced that you are born doomed. You are convinced that your life has no value. And so everything, let me just tell you, not just physical symptoms. I'm going to make somebody upset. Not just physical symptoms as a communication. There are, what is it? The DMSI, is that what it's called? The DISM, whatever, the diagnostic book for psychological disorders. I forget what it's called. The DMIS or the DISM or something like that. But it's the manual that they update every freaking year because they chronically trying to come up with new diseases to diagnose you with to justify they field to keep it alive. And despite the fact that you can read the history of how many, quote, medically significant psychological diseases, because we studied it How many hundreds of, quote, legitimate diseases have been removed from the manual because it was white nationalist garbage. It was white nationalist, patriarchal, the absolute disdain for female bodies that, quote, put these legitimate psychological diagnoses in the book. And it wasn't until one of y'all kicked some ass that shit was taken off the books. Homosexuality has been out the book, what, not long? Like the 90s, when they finally removed homosexuality out of the book for diagnosable psychological conditions. And I'm telling you, it would still be there if those homosexual men and women hadn't kicked unadulterated ass to have it removed the hell up from out of there. Your ass wanting to escape from slavery was a diagnosable psychological disease, child. But today, that was a long time ago. So when they tell me I got this, and this, I'm all right with that. Not that. Now, I want you to hear me. I'm not telling you if you are in therapy to not see your therapist. I am not telling you that if you are presently being treated for what can be a debilitating expression of despair from a body that's trying to root on your behalf, and you need certain assistance to move through that, I'm not telling you don't do that. I have a prescription right now today for a diagnosed condition. I don't accept the diagnosis, but I recognize. I'm gonna tell you. I'll be honest with y'all, since I have to keep being real with y'all. You feel me? So I take ADHD medication, right? I was diagnosed as a kid, but my mother was like, the way that I was for the longest time. We don't know nothing about these medications. We ain't doing it. I was the same way. I didn't start taking medication for ADHD until my graduate program in college. And I didn't know I had lived for so long, my entire adult life, with these quote signs and symptoms of a person who might have attention deficit disorder or attention deficit with hyperactivity disorder, right? I never even looked for the symptoms because I was never going to take the medication. And I was in graduate school. I suffered through my first 3 degrees, 2. Let's see, I got 4 degrees, so let's 3 degrees suffered. And so my homeboy was like, look, my wife is an MD. You really need to go see her because some of the things that I'm seeing in you are what I was experiencing before I started taking ADD medications, right? So I do currently, right now. And but I have told y'all, I will continue to tell y'all. I don't accept the frame of reference through which so many, especially psychological conditions, are articulated. I'm still convinced, and you ain't gonna convince me otherwise, that what we call ADD and ADHD is a human experience that we have not had the opportunity. We have not been free enough to evolve to meet. I hope that made sense. I personally believe that what we are experiencing, those of us who have been diagnosed with ADD or ADHD, I firmly 1,000% believe, especially given when and under the circumstances that I was diagnosed, and what, quote, the signs are. I firmly believe that this period that we've been in for a long time, that our parents were in, that our grandparents were in, but particularly us, Gen Xers all the way up. I believe that what we are experiencing, this incessant sense of frustration and overwhelm, and then that overwhelm causing moments of like just collapse. Like, I'm so overwhelmed, fuck it, I'm just gonna sleep for 6 hours or whatever, right? There's a multiplicity of so-called symptoms of ADD. I am convinced as much now today as I have been that there is going to be a moment that we meet once we are freed up. But when you are in a perpetual state of frustration and uncertainty and despair, and even people who quote make a decent living, who have a decent job, who have a home or whatever, something wrong with them too. Something wrong with them too. You feel me? And so we cannot continue to go on living as if we are apart from one another, as if there has not been just as much science that has shown that we are always impacting one another. And when you have a world right now today, and for a long time, consistently since 1942, when the first atomic bomb was launched into our atmosphere, you cannot tell me that these have not been the things that have impacted the entire planet. Though those bombs went off on the other side of the planet in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the entire planet felt that. And when I say the entire planet, I mean every person alive in that moment felt it. How can you not? When you look at the environment, when you up and you looking down on the earth and you see a storm like a hurricane forming, you can see this kind of glass ball surrounding the earth through which that storm doesn't escape. It doesn't go out into the universe. It's confined. That storm is confined within our quote dome, within our firmament. That's why when that volcano went maybe 2 months ago in Africa, and they said the last time that volcano had erupted was like 1,200 years ago or some shit. I'm telling you, not 3 days later, I was like, I know it's this volcano, because they were talking about how the smoke and the ash and the soot just like went straight up into the air like a rocket. Where is going? There's wind. There's what do they call it? What do they call it? You know, the Gulf Stream. The Gulf Stream that brings hurricanes, them little storms that the coast of Africa be kicking off over here all the time. There's a Gulf Stream. You feel me? I'm telling you, 3-4 days after that volcano erupted, couldn't nobody convince me. I said, y'all don't smell that? My homegirl lives up in the mountains. She was like, I do smell something. I was like, my throat has been tickling all day. My eyes have been itching. My throat has been tickling. I said, I know it's that goddamn, because they didn't spend any time talking about this extraordinary event that hasn't happened in 1,200 years, and got all these people far off taking video footage of it. Like, oh my God, the whole sky is pitch black with ash and soot and smoke. And they talked about it for like 3 minutes on the news. 3-4 days later here in California, I was like, that's what I'm experiencing. The whole day, it wasn't just like you can go up to the observatory and, you know, we got smog in LA, and some days it'll be clear and some days it'll be smoggy. But baby, let me tell you something. Them 3 days after that damn volcano, and I went up to the observatory, I was like, yo, this is scary. Oh, it was 12,000 years. Thank you. Peter says 12,000 years ago was the last time this damn volcano erupted. And we might have heard about it on the news for a half a day, a quarter of a day. And I went to the observatory because my homeboy is a monk and he goes up there to sell books like the Bhagavad Gita and all that shit, right? And I saw him the day before and it was nice. I was out there taking notes and I was like, oh my God, this is the first time I've seen the water from up here in a long time, because usually there's just like a haze, a smog, and you can't see all the way out to the water. But the day before, it was crystal clear. The next day I went up to that mountain, so it was 3 days after that damn volcano, and it was worse than any smog I've seen in this city. It was like a straight up weird smoky ass haze over the whole city. You couldn't even see the downtown buildings, much less see the water. I was like, man. Anyway, why did I get off on that? I got off on that because we're all feeling each other right now. And we're all feeling each other more now than maybe in the past because of what's happening outside of our atmosphere. The fact that this event that I continue to talk about, I continue to stress that these people are attempting to take advantage of, and it's ours to take advantage of. For the first time in 26,000 years, man, all of the outer planets are in an air or fire sign. For the first time in 26,000 years. For the first time in 12 years, Saturn and Neptune are both in Aries for the first time in 12,000 years. So I was like, okay, well, if the last time that Neptune and Saturn were in Aries at the same time, what happened 12 years ago? One of which we're going to talk about today. 12,000 years ago, Peter just said this damn volcano that had not erupted in all this time. Last time it erupted was 12,000 years ago. Guess what else happened 12,000 years ago? It is estimated by archaeologists and anthropologists that this is when the mutation that we currently know as white skin first appeared in human society was 12,000 years ago. This is now I'm going through looking what happened 12,000 years ago so I can get a handle on what kind of magnanimous events that we might be looking at as a consequence of this energy that is going to impact this planet, right? And so 12,000 years ago, what we know as a consequence of the ending of the last ice age, because guess what was happening 12,000 years ago? The rounding out, the ending of the last ice age. Did that impact everybody on the earth? No, it impacted the northern hemisphere. You feel me? And so that's why people, archaeologists and anthropologists can be talking about the history of dark skin in European, what we know now as European countries and European nations, not just Europe, Russia and India and Asia and all of them places had dark skin, is because they did. These were migrants. These were hunter-gatherers migrating out to the far reaches of these land masses. And this mutation occurred during the last ice age. White skin, what we call white skin. Right? What else was happening? The so-called slow end to the golden age, the last golden age, occurred 12,000 years ago. Why y'all think it's just a coincidence that this bastard in the White House keep talking about this is a golden age for America. This is a golden age for America. I'm telling you, they know. They pay attention when your ass don't. This is the most 2025. 2026 is not going to be any less powerfully significant. Are you going to let some weirdo with 1 foot in his goddamn grave take possession of energy that is yours to change everything? Because that's what last year was about. All this talk about, it's going to be a year of shock and awe. It's going to be a year unlike we've ever seen. It's going to be, he told you to your face, we about to run y'all motherfuckers into the ground. Y'all ready? He literally told you in your face that you so-called U.S. citizens, we about to treat you like what they call them? Like hostiles in full-on warfare. And didn't he deliver? Because you let him. Because while y'all out here talking about chanting the mala and shit, your chanting of the mala is not my problem. Okay, I want to be clear about that. I don't want anybody to get they panties in a bunch about me calling out their spiritual practices. If your spiritual practices does not behoove you, does not move you, does not change you in a way that those spiritual practices inform you to go out into the world in behavior, in action, in the material world to change something, throw it in the garbage. That's my personal. Throw your mala in the garbage. String it on a tree. Decorate a tree with your mala because it ain't doing your ass no good. If your tarot readings are not exciting you to the point of recognizing the God that is you, not in you, not using your body like a chariot or none of that shit. You bitch sitting in the flesh, stewing in all of this ancient, magnanimous gold flowing through your veins. You sitting where you is right now are God. Yes, you are. And if your spiritual practices, if your mentor, if your guru ain't teaching you that, is not empowering you, not only empowering you. If your guru, listen, your guru need to be speaking life into you. When I mean speaking life, I mean real life. I mean, I don't ever want to hear anybody else talk about fasting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Deprivation, denigration, what's asceticism, what's that other word? Ooh, ooh, what is it? It's I can't remember right now. But all of that, hold on. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear it.
The Western world keeps exploiting spirituality from other cultures because Europe erased its own. Let me tell you how that happened and what I think we should do.
Isn't that interesting that that's the thing that'll come up while I'm trying to start another reel? Well, let's see. That's not what I'm trying to. I'll tell you, I'm not cool with these changes.
This continent was home to hundreds of earth-based traditions. Paganism wasn't just one religion.
That IG has done. This is weird. I don't like it. There it is. Okay, cool. So anyway, I'm gonna start ranting and raving, but I'm just telling y'all. So when I'm sitting here about to read to you, because I'm gonna read some things to you. Earth Beauty 01 say, otherwise it's just another cult stealing your divinity, harvesting your essence, harvesting your actual life force. So let me say, I've been talking to y'all about Saturn a lot because as we have been talking for some time, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. It just occurred to me. I haven't eaten in a long time. First of all, I want to tell y'all, I'm going to do some news updates, quick news updates that caught my eye. Especially this rant that I went on about old ass men in positions of power. So for the last 6 days, Iran has been, the demonstrations, they've been in a crisis for some time because those in positions of power have been robbing the people blind. And not just robbing the people blind in some, just the coffers, are stolen. They have, those in positions of power have exhausted the water. People are in a crisis because there is no water. They had been selling contracts to foreign companies for their water, the gas, the oil being sold off, the resources not going back to the people to support the infrastructure. No, going into the private pockets of this dude and that dude and this dude and that dude. And Khomeini's punk ass playing hard. That's why I'm mad. Because every so-called person in a position of power, they are cowards. That's not my opinion. See how they move. They cowards. They cornballs being handed the damn wheels of power. Weirdo, coward, weirdos. Khomeini, all that pump faking he did all these years, all that clamp down that he did on the heads of women for the last, especially for the last 3 years. But hell, since he took office, 40, he been in a position of power for 49 years, this old ass bastard. This old ass bastard. And the first thing that he did when he took power and imposed Sharia law on Iran was to take away every single solitary expression of freedom from women. That's it. That was all. That was all he did. And every man in that goddamn country got on board with it. Iran, under the Shah of Iran, that's the other thing I got a problem with. But Iran, under the Shah of Iran, because he was so friendly with America and with Europe, he wanted to make an impression. So even though it was still an Islamic country, women had rights. Women could drive cars. They cannot today. Women could drive cars. Women were not bound to dress from head to toe. They could wear what they wanted to wear. They could go to university. At that time, under the Shah of Iran, some of the greatest astrophysicists were coming out of Iran. Yep. Chemists. These women was taking grand sciences. Women coming out of Iran, out of these universities, were some of the most well-known scientists in the world at the time under the Shah of Iran. Don't mean that the Shah of Iran wasn't crooked as the letter S. It just means that his version of crooked was a little bit more acceptable, at least outwardly, to the West. That's all. Because he was crooked as the letter S. Hold on. And hold on, I'm having an issue on my TikTok. I don't know how to work this thing. Y'all know I never I rarely ever post on TikTok, so I'm having an issue. I can't figure this out at all. All right. I think I figured it out. Okay. So what I was saying is, so today I see updates from the 6th day of these people taken to the streets. They're saying it's a crisis. Hey, Angelica, how you doing? They're saying it's a crisis right now. And you know what is representing the crisis, which I find really interesting. So I'm watching foreign news to get the lowdown on what's happening in Iran right now with the situation that is extremely tumultuous and can have a reverberating impact far, far, far beyond the borders of Iran. And so they're saying that the crisis, the real representation of the crisis today, is the fact that so many of the police and the armed forces are turning to the other side, are throwing their weapons down, are abandoning their trucks. That's the real crisis. And this is not a crisis of conscience for those who are representing the state. So I want y'all to hear, because if you let somebody else explain to you what you are watching, you will always come to the wrong conclusions. Because he can say, this broadcaster, that the real representation of the crisis of what's happening in Iran is that today all of these armed forces and the police and the security forces are turning to the other side, or they're dropping their weapons, or they're abandoning their cars and going into hiding. First of all, I want to say to the people of Iran that if after all this time, man, that these armed forces who are, quote, turning to the other side, they the police. Do not think that your ambitions are the same as theirs. The only reason they turn and coat is because now they bosses can't pay them. They bosses don't went into hiding. Khomeini has been Don't nobody know where he is. He's been missing for 4 days. Coward that he is. As he has rained unadulterated holy hell on the heads of women. This cowardly bitch has been missing for 4 days. Hiding in some bunker somewhere for 4. And if anybody is calling him anything less than a coward, you do not understand history. Not only that, so that's one thing. They saying, oh, well, you know, the security forces are joining our side. They join. No, they are not. They at the point where, damn, why do I need to put myself in danger with all these mad people, even though I'm the one with the damn gun? Why I need to put myself in danger with all these mad people taken to the streets? You feel me? When I can, because I ain't getting paid now. Sound familiar? Does this sound familiar to y'all? I ain't getting paid now. Greetings, Galactic Seed. Long time no see. I was thinking about you today, as a matter of fact. Huh? Does that sound familiar? Well, I guess we gonna have to turn coat because otherwise, because we ain't getting paid no more. So do not trust people who were willing just 4 days ago to rain hell on your head for a paycheck. And now that they ain't getting paid no more because all of the men in positions of power are one by one going into hiding with your money, with your bread, with your cash. I'm talking about everybody in the country. They done disappeared with all y'all money. And you think that the man that had a machine gun, what do they call it? On detail to make sure women's hijabs was on appropriately just 4 days ago. So I got an attitude. That ain't the only thing I had an attitude. So about that was Khomeini punk ass going into hiding. 1, 2, and ain't nobody saying anything other than where he in hide. We don't know where he at. Even the news broadcasters, that's all they're articulating is they don't know where he at. Wait a minute. Y'all cannot come up with a political analysis about why this man who has been uncontested in power for 49 years, as soon as he done robbed the country blind, even robbed the country of their water sources, that he can just conveniently go into hiding where he is for 4 days, and even the objective news can't say enough to validate the people's rage. So Khomeini, that's the first problem. This punk coward. Men are nothing without guns. They are nothing without guns. When I tell you they are nothing without weapons, that is what has been unleashed on the whole earth, is that in our fear of guns, we have allowed a globe of cowards to seize possession of power. Everywhere. Cowards. It's disgusting. It's gross. It's gross. You feel me? And then the other thing is, all these people taken to the streets. Child. And then the police thing, that annoyed me because nobody is offering an analysis about the function of the state and how the people who have set this shit off should not be trusting anyone who just 4 days ago was challenging them with riot gear and guns. They are still the police. They still the police. They are not an ally. Even as they, quote, put their gun down and took their badge off, and now we on your side, they are still the state. And as soon as the state got some money to pay these cowards who you see all over the TV running, they the ones with guns. And as soon as the people throw a rock, they take off running. The people with guns take off running. Cowards. Cowards everywhere. Cowards. It's gross. And so they are the state. They will betray you as soon as somebody got some money. Do not let them into the ranks. Do not put them on game about what you plan and doing or plotting. They the police. They were your enemy just 48 hours ago, bitch. Just 72 hours ago. And that goes for every coward calling themselves ICE in this country. Every coward. Whether they got vaginas, whether they colored, I don't give a hell. I don't give a damn. Cowards them all. Anyway, the third thing about this thing happening in Iran, in the absence, man, of being able to come to informed political conclusions on your own, Anybody, this happens all the time. It is an effective strategy. It has worked for a long time. They say, why reinvent the wheel when we know people are gullible, especially when they don't have any water and they don't have any food. All we got to do is seed some agents up into their movement and start chanting some shit that sound about 2% progressive, and everybody will start chanting the shit and think that's what they really want. So today, on the 6th day of thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of Iranian people taking to the street, tearing shit up, burning shit up, all of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, a chant starts to swell from within the protest. This shit ain't been said the whole time. All of a sudden today, everybody talking about bring back the Shah. Oh, Lord. I said, I was up in here screaming, what the fuck? I was like, look, what the fuck? Seemingly out of nowhere. 4 days. They've been doing the right thing, targeting the right people. Y'all done stole our money. We want our goddamn loot. You feel me? Like, we making a beeline to where y'all at to come and get our shit. That's it. We want freedom. That's what they were saying. We want freedom. We want freedom. For 3 days. All of a sudden, seemingly out of nowhere, some random motherfucker started chanting, bring back the Shah. And then now everybody is chanting in the street by the thousands to bring back the Shah. The Shah of Iran. It's so crazy that shit happened today. I don't give a damn what y'all think. This bitch be seeing the future. Wasn't it just this summer that I did a whole long damn diatribe on the Shah of Iran, this damn documentary that I just saw that was talking about the months before the Shah of Iran was overthrown, why he was overthrown, why Khomeini was able to take power the way that he did because of the bullshit that the Shah of Iran was on? Didn't I just do a damn near 5-hour live over the summer about the Shah of Iran? His good, because at that time, he was a good-looking, suave-ass nigga. He spoke millions of languages. The white people in Europe and in America loved him, but he was still, Iranian enough that the people in Iran thought he was like a hero rock star type of dude, even though he was crooked as the letter S. He had a secret police that was knocking anybody who did not agree with him, was knocking them over the head, disappearing their asses, black bagging their asses. So yes, on the surface, Iran was so much more progressive than it is now. It was so much more developed, so much more general freedoms, but there were very particular things that he wasn't having, and he would disappear your ass off the face of the planet to make sure that was so. You understand me? And I'm sitting here today like I keep saying I can't believe it, but I see everything because I do not rely on the goddamn analysis of weirdos out in the world trying to take advantage of our energy and our essence and our life force and our blood and our sweat and our goddamn tears. I'm always going to see through what anybody is saying. Everybody, I don't give a fuck who it is. Everybody is coming to the wrong conclusion about what's going on in the world. And so these dudes, primarily men, out on the street, you feel me, chanting, bring back the Shah, bring back the Shah. The Shah has been in exile since 1972. 1972, 1979, something like that. 1972, 1973. The Shah of Iran has been in exile from Iran since 1973. Somebody just out of the blue start, bring back the Shah, bring back the Shah. All of a sudden, thousands of people talking about bring back the Shah, bring back the king, bring back the Shah. What? Wait a minute. What? I know that ain't real. And guess what? That ain't even the goddamn punchline. So all these people, it's only been 24 hours that they've been chanting, bring back the goddamn Shah. Guess what? Guess what I saw today? When I tell you these people be playing in your face, they don't have anything else in a little hat of tricks. So they can play in your face because you ain't even recognize the old trick. Not hours, child. I'm telling you, this is how the state works. You understand? This is how the state works. This is a grand chessboard that we are a part of. These countries are all in collusion with one another. They pump fake in your face. They are all in collusion with one another. And based on the needs of them and the others at any given time, they will depose a leader, reintroduce a leader, this and that and this and that. No harm, no foul, Khomeini. You know what I'm saying? This shit just a little bit reckless over here in the Middle East. Maybe we need to insert, the ideas of maybe the old ass Shah coming back into power. How? Not hours after they start chanting this shit in the street that they ain't said in 3 days. Ain't ever even occurred to nobody in the thousands. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, they chanting, bring back the Shah of Iran, bring back the Shah. And guess what? A big screen in one of the cities, videos all over the country, videos of the Shah of Iran speaking to the people of Iran. This old ass nigga, where you been since 1973? You ain't stayed you been comfortable in your exile. You ain't trying to win. You ain't trying to win nobody to an overthrow, to a coup d'etat, none of that shit. Nigga, your ass been living cool in Europe somewhere in exile. And they just dug his ancient ass self up from under a goddamn rock somewhere to give an encouraging word to the people of Iran. I'll tell you, they play in y'all face. It matters to us here in the United States, by the way. I don't just happen to be somebody that just happens to be well-versed on Iranian history. It matters. It matters to us in the United States. It matters to us everywhere on the planet. Tell me why. Somebody tell me why anything happening in Iran would be mattering to us. Why it would make a difference to us. Tell me. Y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn to see, goddamn it. I don't give come hell or high water. If that's the only mark I make on the planet, y'all gonna learn how to see. God damn it. So somebody tell me why what is happening in Iran would matter to any black person, working class, poor person in this country, working class, Mexican, working class, anybody. Why would anything happening in Iran make a difference either way in our goddamn life right now today? Tell me why. And somebody better put, I don't care how dumb you think the answer is, somebody better put something in one of these comment sections. Well, I'm going to be mad. I'm going to log off this bitch. I got an attitude today. And I'm hangry. Hangry. Okay? I'm hungry as a hostage. I ain't ate since like 8 o'clock this morning. I didn't even realize I was sitting here. I'm mad because I'm hungry. Okay? Damn it. I ain't seen nobody put nothing in this comment section. Say something dumb. I don't care. Tell me why Iran matters. Tell me why this story I just told you about, I'm sure it is the United States government or Israel that seeded that motherfucker into this damn demonstration talking about goddamn bring back the Shah. Because that's what the United States in particular has a long history of doing, is paying poor people to go up into the midst of something progressive that's going to challenge the state, pay them some money and say, look, this is what we need you to do. They do that right here in the United States. Pay some brother who just got out the pen, ain't got no money, ain't got nowhere to live. Like, look, nigga, we'll pay you X amount of dollars, put you up in a nice little pad. What we need you to do this demonstration downtown, we need you to go on down there, you understand, make sure you got on a mask or something and throw a brick through the window because this damn demonstration is too peaceful. This is shit that's bare minimum shit the United States is notorious for. As if some shit is righteous, if some shit is just, is to see discord in it so it can take advantage of the opportunity that it says it needs to take advantage of because they violent. So you got all these people righteous in their indignation. People are, baby, some of the images I've seen of people trying to find water are literally distressing in my spirit. Like, oh my God. It's like, I was up in here like emotional. Women and children and shit crying. They cannot find water. Meanwhile, Khomeini, punk ass, is hiding in a bunker somewhere. So the demonstration happening in Iran is just. Not only is it just, it's long past due. It's long past due. There's a problem though. Perpetual war and conflict, confusion. Okay, yes, all of that. Y'all gonna learn today. Okay? Y'all are going to learn today. Ain't nothing I'm saying to you for my health. What is the issue in Iran? What is the main issue in Iran? What is the main issue? What is the root issue? What is the seed issue in Iran today? What's the seed issue? What's the seed issue? I ain't, it's not a trick question, I promise. I'm not trying to be complicated, but I want y'all to be able to see. I want y'all to be able to see the strands. I want y'all to be able to see the goddamn the strands in the web every time they show its face. Nostalgia in effect, infiltration, subdued, the righteous rage. The people are gullible in survival mode. They hate the mother in all forms. So let me just tell you, Power Kismet. And I saw you, Janet Kennedy. Kennedy said oil. None of those things are wrong. None of those things are wrong. Okay, Zahara, Voodoo, and Power Kismet. Y'all are right. Y'all are the most right. Galactic C said, I'm looking at them resisting the instrumental force of Western control. Okay, all of that is right. Thank you, Earth Beauty 01. It's that simple. We be trying to complicate that which is not complicated because we see through the lens imposed on us. Power Kismet say nostalgia in effect, infiltration to subdue the righteous rage. The people are gullible in survival mode. Yes to all of that. Yes. They hate the mother in all forms. That's the issue. Zahara Voodoo say, I'm not hip on Iran history business other than the women's rights or religious stuff. That's the issue. Somebody say conflict in Israel. Okay. But Earth Beauty say the erasure of the great mother. This is the only issue. Everything else is a symptom of the issue. You hear what I'm saying? I know that's going to be hard for y'all to accept because we're used to running around chasing after symptoms, trying to analyze symptoms. I just told you that under the Shah of Iran, not only was Iran way more progressive than it is today. Under the Shah of Iran, as a matter of fact, you don't even have to take my word for it. There are beautiful videos all over YouTube of Iran, regular life in Iran, the businesses, the malls, and all of that stuff of life in Iran under the Shah of Iran before he was dismantled. Beautiful videos of a very beautiful, modern, with still ancient relics. Because he was really big on that, about the superiority of Iran, the architecture, this modern society that was still tied intimately to its ancestral culture. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful country. Women having full rights, walking around in their knee skirts and their high heels, going to college and becoming, scientists and doctors and all of this shit. And then overnight, because the Shah of Iran was a piece of shit, y'all. He was a piece of shit. He was a good-looking piece of shit. He was fine. You look at old videos of the Shah, man. He was a good-looking dude. You feel me? He was, and that got him by. That got him far, man. Me and women, we all love a good-looking nigga. You feel me? He got far on that bullshit because he was a piece of shit. He really was. He was the epitome of everything that we hate about billionaires today. Yes, he was. The opulence, people's money. He was a piece of shit. He was a good-looking, debonair, charming, charismatic piece of shit. And today, I guarantee you that he is now a old, debonair, charming, charismatic piece of shit. And so his spending, his opulence, his desperate need to show off to the West, that's why the opulence, that's why the spending was his desperate need to prove to the West, right? And so the people, and while that was happening, while he was being all, opulent in his spending and traveling to and fro and all this bullshit he was doing on the ground, these Sharia law what you call them? Zealots were mobilizing because the way he was spending, it wasn't like, even though Iran was good looking and beautiful and progressive and shit, there were still people starving. Yeah, there was still people couldn't get decent work. Yep. There were still people living on the streets. Yep. And so it didn't take, like, who was it? Power Kidman said, the people are gullible when they're in survival mode. And so these Sharia law zealot weirdos, yes, I said what I said, was on the ground taking advantage of the conditions created under the Shah of Iran, the poverty. There was abject poverty, just like there is here. This dude is spending millions of dollars to import birds to the desert to put on a party for the white people. Meanwhile, there's people living on the streets, can barely eat, still looking at him like a rock star. We love him. We love him. We love him. But you can't eat. And so he created the opportunity for Khomeini and these other weirdos that are these strict adherents to Sharia law to come up in there and win the men. They won the men. They won the men. Don't you? What you think about these women walking down the street, with mini skirts on and shit like that? Don't you want to be house and control your woman and all that shit? That's what they did. Sound familiar? Didn't I just see a video today where this dude is acting like a reporter going through the place where all the Somali, wherever it was. So he's going through the streets, talking to the men. He talking to all the Somali men in the streets, talking about would you like to see here in America, in your community, which would you prefer, American law or Sharia law? And no matter how old or young they were, dressed just like brothers from the hood, baseball cap on backward, busting a sag, fully integrated into quote Black American life, living in Black American neighborhoods, talking about, yeah, we like to see Sharia law. I don't care what no Muslim tell you. That's the ultimate goal for all Muslims is to return to a state of Sharia law the globe over. And so that's why I know it's not progressive. You feel me? But I've been saying since day one, even with the conflict in Palestine, from day one, go back and watch from day one, because I have been a pro-Palestinian activist longer than some of y'all been breathing, bitch. So that, and I'm not being figurative. I mean, since before some of y'all was breathing. But my position had changed on one thing and one thing alone, that the issue is not just about this settler state imposed on the lives of Palestinian people. That there's a simultaneous thing that must happen in the world. Because as soon as people started talking about what was happening in Palestine, the next thing out of everybody's mouth here in the United States was, everybody is acting really, what do they call it? Islamophobic. I started hearing it like a mantra. Islamophobia. I said, y'all get caught up on that bullshit if you want to. This perpetual slide of hands that happens from between Muslims and Jews and Christians and Catholics, this perpetual slide of hands. The people that practice these traditions, the regular, everyday working people that practice these traditions, they too are the pawns. But this is a perpetual slide of hands between this unholy trinity, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. It is perpetual. It is unending. And so y'all get up in here talking about some goddamn Islamophobia. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. And every day, some man will say the quiet part out loud. This dude is going through the hood in goddamn wherever they at, Michigan or wherever the hell they at. Walking through the hood, child. He ain't asking old heads who got they little koofies on and nothing, who are obviously devout practitioners of the truth. They walking through the goddamn hood, asking regular people, would you prefer right here in the United States of America, in your hood where you live, how long you been living here? Oh, I've been here since I was 3. How long you been living here? I've been here for about 4 years. Oh, how long you been here? Do. And every last one of them talking about, no, Sharia law, baby, all day. And then they cut to a video of a man from one of the from the mosque talking about the strict rules that must be adhered to under Sharia law. This man in 2026 is talking about how, I know it seems extreme to people in the West who may not understand the origin of the law, but it's not for them to understand. He proceeds to talk about like one of the punishments for women who are accused, not caught, not found guilty of, regardless, but women who are accused of infidelity is to dig a hole in the goddamn ground. This man said this shit with a straight face, talking to a room full of men. Is to dig a goddamn hole in the ground deep enough to bury her up to her waist, standing up to her waist, where she cannot wiggle out, and stone her to death. This man in a mosque in this here country talking about strict adherence to Sharia law. The issue today is the issue that remains, that has been for quite some time. For 6,000 years in general, most specifically for the last 2,500 years. Men who hold power, they hold power to deal death. That's it. That's all their corrupt minds know how to do. Fear is the weapon that they use. Brute force, public displays. That's why they show you everything on TV. Snuff films all day in the palm of your hand. That's why there's no filters on showing the most gruesome aspects of war. And the most gruesome aspects of war are those that always impact women and children, who are seen as justifiable collateral damage to any aggression between men with power. This is the issue. So I'm watching these men, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of men, march through the street talking about bring back the goddamn Shah. As if, first of all, as if this is a conclusion they came to naturally. Not that they was straight up being played, pawned. Straight up being played. You done had somebody who ain't got your best interest at heart, done seeded some bullshit into the goddamn movement, because y'all still hate women. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. There wasn't equal women and men out on the street doing that thing. And so, of course, they'll say some dumbass shit like bring back the Shah. Not only that, the reason that Khomeini was hoisted up in a position of power in the first place and remained in power for 49 years is because you men hate women. And that shit appealed to you. Sharia law appeals to you for one reason only. It is because you hate women. And until y'all come to the conclusion all the time that no matter what you are looking at, no matter what some news broadcaster is saying, women are the issue of the day, every the hell where on earth. And the evidence of it is the fact that I don't know how many times I got to tell you, just a year ago, not even a whole year ago. It ain't even been a whole year yet. It ain't even been a whole year yet. Just a year ago. Every time you turned on the news, every time you read an article, every time you turned on TikTok, everything that you were seeing as a globally, collectively expressed crisis emanating out of the mouths of men, it had to do with women saying, I am not seeding any more children in this bitch till I get what I want. Now, they may not have been saying it like that, but that is the overall articulation of frustration. What is child-free living? That sound about right now. Yep, that sound about right. 4B movement? That sound just about right. What once Trump got elected, it was on and popping. Everybody in the world was like, damn, them women in South Korea had it right the whole time. We ain't know. We wasn't even paying no attention. But now everybody need to be doing that shit everywhere on earth. And the global response was not, maybe we need to sit and listen to what these women around the world got to say. No, it was this United States right here under your beloved Biden. What he say? What his Supreme Court say? All them rights y'all fought for healthy, safe abortions. Put that on the chopping block. You LGBTQIA peoples, and little rights that you don't want for yourself, we better put that up for scrutiny to chop that shit off the chopping block. What else can we get the fuck rid of? Not just the United States jumped that shit off. What was the next thing that happened? The 4B movement intensified. It intensified when last year, at the beginning of school year last year, when there's supposed to be, 15,000 kindergartners going into school in August last year, and there was 15,000 kindergartners missing, 15,000 empty kindergarten seats in South Korea. They was like, oh shit, no, this is a real crisis. We've been trying to make the world think that it's just a bunch of rogue feminists, a bunch of rogue bald-headed lesbians. No, but this is some shit that is a problem. 15,000 missing would-be kindergartners. And the trickle-down effect, because Japan started expressing its crisis. After that, they have a whole generation. What do they call them? They call them, I don't remember the Japanese name, but it essentially means the invisible. A whole generation of people called the invisible in Japan right now, talking about it's a crisis because the pressure to produce, the pressure from kindergarten on to produce in Japan is so extreme, and the pressure does not promise to yield what you done took your whole life trying to get. And then once you get a job after all this pressure and education, all this shit, they call it death by overwork. There's a whole, so they got the invisibles on one side, and then they have this whole thing that they called death by overwork. Death by overwork. Talking about seeing people catching power naps on the train because as soon as they get home, they only gonna have about an hour to sleep before they have to be back at work. Death by overwork is like a whole big old problem in Japan. The other side, they have a whole society, a whole generation that they're calling the invisibles. That one day, like they were talking to this couple, they say one day, our son just didn't come home from work. We don't know where he at. He just didn't come back home. And he been gone for months. People checking the fuck out. The clothes on their back, their briefcase, and the little change that they got in their pocket, like, fuck it. Anything is better than this bullshit right here. And everybody be going to Japan and talking about how wonderful the culture is and how friendly the people are. Japan has one of the worst homeless crises of any Asian country, but nobody knows because the laws are so strict about being openly homeless. We got somewhere for you to go. That's on the outskirts of town where you can't be begging nobody for money, where you can't be talking to our tourists and shit. And so all these people, particularly old people, the majority of people that are homeless are obviously old, white hair old, living in tents and little houses that they only can be on the outskirts of town. They cannot be in the cities. And so they can say to y'all, yeah, we only have 2% homelessness in Japan. Meanwhile, this white girl went with her little camera into these tent cities. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, as far as the goddamn eye can see, just outside the major city limits. Hundreds as far as the eye can see. This old couple she interviewed, they have been homeless in this little encampment that they have built for 13 years. Fuck all of these men in positions of power anywhere on the whole of the globe. the oppression of women, the global collective agreed upon hatred of women, and the need to control their ability to produce the most commodifiable resource on earth, which is children, is the only reason this world looks the way that it looks. And until you come to that conclusion, every conclusion that you will come to about what you are seeing politically in the world will be wrong. And we'll still be in this bullshit another 30 years, 40 years, 100 years from now. Women are the issue. Their children are the issue, the only issue. Everything else is a symptom of the oppression of women. Everything. I know y'all got a hero in Africa. And I've been tiptoeing around the issue about y'all hero in Africa. There are no heroes in Africa. I don't give a fuck. There are no heroes in Africa. Just because you do, we are so used to people in positions of power, elected officials, people we put in power. We are so used to people in positions of power not producing, not doing anything, not yielding any results in the period that they take up space in that position of power. We're so used to them not doing anything that when they actually do the goddamn bare minimum, we're like, look at the hero. There are no heroes in Africa, bitch. I'm just saying, not ones with penises. Not none on the news. I know y'all are being manipulated to hell and back by the weapon of nostalgia with your great beloved in Burkina Faso. Hold on just a second. Hey, hey. Yeah.
I locked myself out of my house.
Girl, what's your heart? You want a knife?
It's because I locked the both of it.
Oh, no.
And I was going to ask, do you have like the number of because he's not answering. He
doesn't live there.
And,
He just occupies the space.
Do you know where he lives?
No, but his number is over the mailbox downstairs.
Yeah.
You tried to call?
Yeah.
Do you have a balcony?
No, I don't have a balcony. Do you have the guy's number last time that?
I don't. You may be able. You have the app on your phone for like to pay the
wash machine?
No. The app on your phone that you pay your rent for.
Yeah, my aunt.
There is if you go through that app, there is actually an emergency contact where
424. I called them today, they didn't answer.
Girl, it's such a terrible day. You let yourself out. It's still a holiday.
Yeah.
Boy, cut it out. Now, Storm, cut it out. You're doing too much, dude. Ugh. Anyway, so also go in and send an email because they'll like if you go through the app and you say, okay, you're trying to do a work order, do that and say it's an emergency. Okay, so do that through the email and then try to call the number again. But you don't have balcony. I have balcony, so I had somebody come in, break in my house so I could open the doors. Like we have a ladder down here or whatever, but
I was gonna try maybe a random key, maybe a work that I tried to go through my window, but I don't even think, do the windows lock?
They click. So if you've never opened your windows, they're probably not gonna open.
It's not gonna open.
Yeah.
I don't want to call, I want to go home, but I don't want to call locks.
Yeah. Well, I can get. You lock both doors. You lock this door too.
I lock only this bottom and then the bottom of that one.
Yeah, deadbolts are gonna be. They're gonna be impossible. They're gonna be impossible.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just have to call locks.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
What's your name?
Shirlene.
Shirlene. Oh, babe. No, I've been there many times, and fortunately, my neighbor was like, "Okay, I'm scared, but we're gonna put this ladder up here, and I always leave my balcony door open." So he was able to come in and open my door.
Yeah.
You're gonna get copies of the key. That was my only saving grace.
I'm gonna get my copy.
Yeah, I would put one in my car, and then. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry,
it's
dear.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
bye.
you.
But cut it out. Anyway, sorry about that. I got a neighbor and she's very young. She's like younger than my daughter, young, and this is like the third time this little girl locked herself out of her apartment. Anyway, let's see. Shut down the portals. Our Kismet say, shut down the portals. There are too many males. Honeybees know this in their hive and cull the males at the start of every winter. Get the herbs popping, ladies. Okay. Listen. But I'm gonna tell you, I ain't gonna go off too much about your homeboy. I know y'all be in y'all feelings when I talk about him. But we don't need nostalgia. We don't need people front. Every time we, like, you ain't got no regular life. That every time we see you in fatigues and a damn red beret, boy, you ain't Thomas Sinclair. So put the nostalgia away. Until he puts the nostalgia away, I don't trust him. I don't care how many roads he builds. Okay, nice. You doing what you're supposed to do. Baby, y'all don't give big ups for things that people are supposed to do who are in positions of power. You give big ups when they go above and beyond what they're supposed to do. He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do right now. And you say, thank you, it's about damn time. And then keep it pushing. Otherwise, because you heroize somebody, this is how you become ripe for exploitation and disappointment. You become ripe for exploitation and disappointment because y'all always used to hoisting somebody up into some position of hero status, and there ain't no heroes. There ain't no heroes. And y'all got short-term memory too. I told y'all why I got, even before this, he was suspect to me. I hadn't heard a single speech, and I listened to many because there are people who I really respect who love him. You understand? What's his name? Traore. You feel me? People I really respect who really dig him. Cool. That's y'all. He ain't said shit to impress me yet. He ain't said shit to me that has moved something in my blood that is informed by my experience in the world politically. Nothing. Y'all think just because somebody staged a contest against the white world, they doing something progressive? That ain't enough. That ain't enough. Because first of all, I'll tell you, I said I'm gonna keep my mouth shut about y'all Traore dude. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut about him because I can see y'all all in your heart chakras over this dude. You feel me? So I kept my shit shut for a long time. Then he did a speech. It was a live speech, and I think he had his wife. I think he has I think he has 2 kids, 1 kid, 2 kids, something like that. But he got a wife and 2 kids or something like that. And he said something about his wife, and he says, we are devout Muslims. I was like, that's all I need to know. That's all I need to know. Now, somebody gonna have an attitude about that. That's your business. I am a scientist. I am a political scientist. I've got 4 degrees in a multiplicity of sciences, and I have a lot of experience. I have a keen ear that even though you're saying something out of your mouth, your ashe is saying something different. I can hear that. I can peep that. Even though the words coming out of your mouth sound good, there is something in the essence of your ashe that don't match, and I see you. That's all. That's why all he had to say was, I'm a devout Muslim. And I knew that everything that I had experienced up until that point was validated, was justified. And all I was doing was waiting for a clear moment, because some of y'all would be offended by me saying that all he had to do is say that he a Muslim for me to be certain that what my spidey senses was saying from day one was correct. I'm always just waiting for the evidence to match where I'm already at. That's all. In everything, I'm just waiting for the evidence to present itself that matches with what my spidey sense has been saying from the first millisecond. I see y'all. You understand? And so I knew me saying him being a Muslim was not going to be enough to convince you that I was right in my reservations about this dude. It's really interesting too. There's so many hardcore socialist activists that I know who heard him say that he was a devout Muslim, and it did not give them pause at all. That shit was interesting to me. That shit was interesting to me. You hardcore socialists, and all this dude got to do is say he a socialist and sport a beret and military fatigues, and y'all just jolly on the spot. No questioning, no analyzing. He do a little crop program. I'm not saying that the work that he is doing is not awesome. It is. The little crop program, the products of the crop program after the first year, the streets, the roads, cool. But guess the fuck what? That's what he's supposed to be doing. That's what he's supposed to be doing. It does not mean that you cannot say, thank you so much. It's about motherfucking time. You have to add that it's about motherfucking time because motherfuckers will get comfortable doing the absolute bare minimum. This is what you're supposed to do. That's just the starting point. This is what you're supposed to do. This is what you're supposed to do. It is only when you go above and beyond that you start to get accolades. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Say you got a D on your last report card. Your mama man say if you come home with another D, you ain't gonna see the light of day again till your grades is up. And so the next report card, you get all C's. Do she need to celebrate? Do she need to celebrate you? Because you got all C's because you didn't get no D's? She need to throw you a party and congratulate you and let you do something special, take you out for a special dinner because you got all C's? Silence. I know it seems like a simple analogy, but it worked, don't it? You done did the absolute bare minimum just for her not to take your Nintendo away or whatever kind of video games y'all be playing these days. You done did the absolute bare minimum to pacify your mama. Do you get big ups, accolades, ice cream for dinner? No. Now, if you had straight D's and then you came home the very next report card and you had straight A's, that's some shit to shout about. Baby, we can do one thing big you want to do this week. And so y'all just let these so-called politicians, self-appointed leaders, and all this dumbass shit get away with scraping the bare barrel of bare minimum and then big them up on the bare. You are so accustomed to being robbed by people in positions of power, typically that you elect. You're so used to being robbed blind by people in some positions of power that when they do one, like this bullshit that just happened last week with Trump. These people stay peeling in your face. These so-called Democrats that y'all love so much and y'all swear the only thing wrong with the government right now is that Trump is in office. Not that he does not have solid alliances with every single solitary Democrat in office, even the Negro girl that y'all love so much. I kept saying, this shit suspect. I kept saying, this shit suspect. The little loud girl, what's her name? Jasmine something? Whatever her name is. She always got the long flowing hair and doing the whole little just barely black attitudinal, but not too black to really damage her spot on the block. I kept saying to myself, I said, let me not say nothing about this little black girl because we love black girls in positions of power so much. Let me, and you know, she seemed to be going in on the system. I said, let me not say nothing about this little black girl until I can find something that is the evidence of what my spidey senses is already saying about this girl since day one. This girl is an outspoken Zionist supporter. I just saw an interview with this girl. It was like an impromptu interview with a dude. And the way she was trying to justify her support today, 3 years after this aggression has started, and 250,000 people dead, most of which are children? Jasmine Crockett. Today, this bitch in a goddamn interview trying to justify her malignant, Jesus-based support for for Israel, child. That Jesus is the reason. Lord, Jesus, come and get your motherfucking people. Maybe I need to redo that damn video. Jesus, hurry up and come and get your people. Hurry up and come and get your folks, man. Hurry up and come and get your people. Because this shit is ridiculous. Today, after all the death and brigandage we have witnessed in real time, polluting our skulls with the worst of humanity, the worst that humanity has to show us about itself. And this, what you say? I knew it though. I'm telling you, maybe I do need to be marketing myself as a goddamn psychic with a motherfucking crystal ball, because back to back to back to back to back, I keep telling y'all, and they keep putting themselves on display to prove me right. Every time. This dude in Burkina Faso, and I love this country so much. This country, more than any other, under any other revolutionary leader, when I was a young revolutionary, Burkina Faso was like, if anybody is going to set this shit off the continent over, it's going to be little old Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso is going to set the goddamn standard for the whole continent. Everybody on the continent going to set this shit the fuck off. Burkina Faso, man. If you haven't seen anything about, there's so many great documentaries about Burkina Faso. There's a documentary about Thomas Sankara called The Upright Citizen. That's the name of the documentary, The Upright Citizen. Baby, if you ain't moved after that, they probably ain't no hope for you. Truth be told. Truth be told. It's such a great documentary. And it's great and it's sad at the same time, because the entire continent has not seen leadership of its like in Thomas Sankara since the day he died. They haven't. So there's a reason that people are so beholden to nostalgia right now. There is a reason that the supports that he receives is not introspective. He should, yes, okay, he's doing great programs and this and that and this and that. I'm not saying that people should not support him. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that people must hold him to a standard. He should not be able to coast off the legacy of Thomas Sankara and not come to the table with the worldview that Thomas Sankara had, that not only, quote, put some shit on the ground, taught some people how, got them some better equipment so that they could do some better farming and put some roads on the ground. Thomas Sankara, the first thing he did, this was the evidence that what he was saying out of his mouth matched his behavior in the real world. That what he believed in his head, he was adamant about implementing right away. Now, somewhere down the line, when we have enough resources, maybe we can consider this thing that you talking about. From as soon as he seized control of the goddamn state, the very first thing that he did was to liberate the women of Burkina Faso. That's why I don't believe none of y'all. My standards are high, man, because we have historical evidence of men who are actually about that goddamn life. And I don't see none of them. Call me spoiled. Thomas Sankara, Robert Mongoliso Sobukwe, Dedan Kamati, these men, Amilcar Cabral, he had his issues, but Amilcar Cabral was about that life. What was the other? Josina Michelle, because I ain't going to say her husband. Josina Michelle and her husband started a revolutionary organization in Mozambique and were victorious, but, she didn't make it. And there's suspicions on why. So we have history. And I'm telling you again, like I told you at the beginning of this live, I don't ever want to hear a single person out of their mouth again in life say, I didn't know. Ignorance can never be the excuse again. You didn't know? Ignorance can never be the excuse for your behavior again in life. Never. We have too much information at our disposal. What you don't know, you can find out in less than a minute. So there is no excuse. These MAGA people in the world, well, I empathize. I know it sounds strange to say that I empathize with MAGA people. I recognize that the reason that they are so hogtied to this idea in their head is because there is a history. that has led to this moment. There is a history that has produced this symptom that is white supremacy, white nationalism. And white nationalism makes you stupid. I am not saying that it is your fault that you are stupid, but we have to be clear. Ignorance is not something that anyone can rely on anymore. You can't, man. Even if your ass live in a cult. How people fall victim to cults these days still beyond me. Because, bitch, again, 1 minute, do, background check, and you know who your goddamn leader is. There ain't no excuse for ignorance no more. Show ain't. I was just swept away. I don't want to. There just ain't no excuse. There just ain't no excuse. Oh, damn. Holistic Harmony 1111, boo. How you doing? According to Sharia, it's punishable by death also, but it's unequal in the standard for proof. For men, there needs to be 3 eyewitnesses to the actual deed. It's really hard to find 3, so men never pay. Of course, they never pay. It's set up that way. It ain't, matter of fact. It's a good old boy club set up to protect good old boys because, listen, let me tell you something. I want to put all these cultures on blast because they, even though I haven't said it yet, which is how this shit started on last Monday when I did that goddamn 11-hour live. But all of these institutions, all of them. When I say I don't care about what their text says, because I just saw this video today. And it was girl, of course, because they need that. They need women in the face to speak up because ain't nobody hearing me no more. Ain't nobody trying to hear shit coming out of me in mouth no more. And so now they have started to really rally to get women to put forward to speak on the behalf of the faith and shit. And so this young, pretty black girl was talking about the African origin of Christianity. And she went on this long, I watched the whole thing, long ass diatribe about the Ethiopian origins of Christianity and this and that and this and that and this and that. What I said 2 hours ago? And what? To what end are you distributing this information? Because she went in with all her little receipts and the evidence of this and that and this and that and how Christianity actually started. So what? And what does this information produce for us? What does it lead us to? Who cares if the rabbit ass, because I'm sure it was rabbit in Ethiopia too. I'm certain of that. What does the rabbit ass biblical text from some sacred self-appointed holy man who he alone can hear the words of God fall down out the goddamn sky and shit? To me, it don't make it any. To me, somebody being colored don't make it any less diabolical. The institution don't make it any less diabolical. If she got a vagina, don't make it any less diabolical. There's a reason, by the way, and y'all don't want to hear this. There's a reason that men are malignant, man. There's a reason. There is a reason that all of these men, the great majority of men on earth, born from a uterus, that when they are infants, that when they are toddlers, that when they are young children, that when they are teenagers, they are big-hearted, sweet babies. They are babies wide open. They're like giant empty vessels to be poured into. They're just big, giant love nuggets. Every man, the great majority of men, start out as beautiful, loving babies who see their mothers as God. And that's the shit we don't talk about, man. I talk about it because I'll go in on men. You understand? Y'all know I got strong ass opinions about men. They aren't that. But their behavior in the world, the consensus through which they behave, the shit that they believe has an origin. We are witnessing the symptoms of something that has happened to children. And that simultaneous thing happening within a patriarchy has one particular outcome specific to female babies and another particular outcome that happens to male babies. Male children, from the moment they are identified as male at birth, the system goes to work on them to make them good foot soldiers for the army of the Lord. Whoever that Lord is, I don't give a fuck. If the Lord is Allah or Muhammad or Jesus or God or Yahweh or anybody else, I don't care if it's Lord Shiva or Vishnu or whoever, Buddha, I don't care. The system is at work on them from day one to be good, obedient, enthusiastic foot soldiers for the Lord. And if the Lord needs foot soldiers, he must actually have an identifiable enemy. Who must that enemy be? Females. That's why they can have a collective conscious consensus about who it is that they will levy these aggressions upon. They have been taught well that they are the unofficial soldiers meant to keep females in place, subdued, invisible, silent in suffering. So the men that we can rage about, we're justified in our rage. But honey, they all started out perfect. They all started out perfect. They were all born perfect. And that's the shit that we have to reconcile. That's why I say the work has to be centered around women and children. We may not, I don't think that's the case, but we may not be able to change the hearts and minds of the majority of men on earth. The majority of men on earth have done wicked and diabolical shit to human beings, to themselves, to other men, to children, to women. And we have evidence of this. This ain't no shit I'm pulling off the top of my head. The increase in violence against women and children since COVID, the 88,000 men in a damn private chat group on the dark web sharing pictures of the crimes they committed against the females closest to them while drugging them. 88,000. Nobody even talked about that. That wasn't even a year ago. The 83 men what do you call it? Indicted for the perpetual and ongoing rape of the elder woman in France. Only 52 were convicted because there, quote, wasn't enough evidence. And their sentences were anywhere from a year to 20 years for aggressing upon the body of an unconscious elderly woman. And you don't think this shit is indicative of these just little pieces, the 88,000, the 83 men, these are little teeny tiny splinters of the shit that is constantly being done behind closed doors in underground taverns and all type of malignant shit in this country. You understand? So while I recognize that I accept it. Y'all don't have to accept it. I accept it. We are all born perfect. The process itself is perfect. The process itself is perfect. We are born a tiny, minuscule, example of limitless possibility, infinite possibility. And because of that, that's why these males, first of all, cornered the market on childbirth, so that the first face that the baby see is no longer your mama's. It's some ugly ass white dude in a mask and a headdress with gloves on because he's grossed out about your mother's body fluids under brilliant bright lights, spanking you on your ass to make you breathe. And y'all don't think this shit is a goddamn ritual. Y'all really don't think this is y'all think they're really so ignorant That they couldn't figure out another way. They couldn't watch a midwife coax the baby to breathe without popping. The first experience that the baby has in this new world is to be traumatized through pain. This shit is a ritual. That's why they had to make sure they had to corner the market on birthing, so that their impact on birthing and on the humans that have been welcomed into this world, that they could imprint on these babies' consciousness. That's why they did that. Not because it was another way just for them to make money. No. Their envy of the childbirthing process, their envy of the naming process, their envy of that which, no matter what they have been able to do, cannot reproduce even mildly. Their rage against this particular power that up until this moment remains in our possession, and then us having the audacity to say, no, we ain't having no babies. Fuck you. Unless you behave, unless your ass act right, unless we have something to show for this thing that will change our bodies forever, change our health forever, we ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. We can't even be safe with y'all. What we gonna have a baby for? We ain't even safe with you, Mr. Protector and Provider. We ain't even safe with you. What is the incentive for us to have children for you, with you? And so now their rage, they can't even contain anymore. That's why you're seeing an increase in aggressions against women, in violence against women, in expressed hatred against women. Is because they feel power slipping collectively. Poor things, because they were born perfect. But unfortunately, we haven't rooted out this patriarch. And so until this patriarch is rooted out and destroyed, set the hell ablaze, and the ashes buried and the earth salted, until we purge this cancer from the planet, all of our baby boys are at risk for this malignancy. Yeah, they are. All of our baby boys will be taught through cartoons and through subtext messaging and all of this shit that the greatest enemy of theirs is their female counterpart that looks just like they mama. The closest experience they'll ever have to the face of God. And so, unfortunately, and I can see this everywhere. What's his name? Trare. I can see it in him. The first hint was that his chest puffed out declaration that he was a devout Muslim. I said, mark number one, check number one. I mean, X number one. The second one was when the homie, Java Watson, Java Watson sent me a link, and she was so disappointed. Bless her heart. She was so disappointed. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. And then she sent me a video saying that there was some new law. This was over the summer. Excuse me. Some new law that he had just some new legislation that he had just put forward, officially criminalizing homosexuality in Burkina Faso. And I know too many brothers. I know too many brothers who I call friend, who I have been in revolutionary organization with, who was like probably cheering his ass on. And I have a problem with that for a number of obvious reasons. They may not be obvious to y'all. Let me just say, I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that. The biggest problem that I have with that, you bigging up Traore for, quote, banning homosexuality and criminalizing homosexuality in Burkina Faso, is first of all, that legislation that you put forward. And y'all need to think about this here too. His banning homosexuality in Burkina Faso as some, first of all, as some legislation that provided some sense of urgency. Oh, okay. Thank you, Earth Beauty. For those of you, thank you. I'll take a moment to do a little housekeeping. So Earth Beauty, her wonderful self, wants to give a donation and she wants to give it to me straight to me, since YouTube be taking a cut of my super chats and shit, I don't mind, because it does contribute to my, end of the month pay that they give me, but I will take direct money too. And so I will take the opportunity to tell you the ways that you can support the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence and the channel that is our primary method of outreach at this moment, Daughter of the Fates. So if you want to send Zelle or PayPal, I prefer Zelle, but if you want to send a Zelle or a PayPal contribution, send it to the Temple's email address, which is EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. Both, you can use that email for both Zelle and PayPal. If you want to send a Cashapp, it is $ Daughter of the Fates. $ Daughter of the Fates. FATES. Excuse me. If you want to send Venmo, it is Cassandra with 2 S's. CASSANDRA -FLOYD. Floyd. So those are the ways that you can make a contribution. I love all the super chats. Let me just shout y'all out real quick. Holistic Harmony, thank you for the donation. Rising Sun Book of Stars, that's awesome. Thank you for the donation. Java Watson, I think, made one back here. Thank you for the donation, sweetheart. And that's it. So I will encourage you to make donations to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. And those are the ways that you can do that. I still have, like I said earlier this week, I still have my Etsy store up. So if you want to support by making a purchase on my Etsy store, the Etsy store is Daughter of the Fates, FATES.etsy.com. So like I said, during that 11-hour goddamn live, I will keep the Etsy store open until the end of February. I will keep the online Etsy store open until the end of February. So if you want to make a purchase, and be monitoring it every now and again, because I'm going to upload some more books on there here soon. But my Etsy store will be open until the end of February. But like I said last week, I'm about to run for office here in Los Angeles. And so I have right now just a bunch of mini hustles that I'm trying to keep myself afloat with. And so now I need to really get into a place to streamline, because I'm going to be running a political campaign for the next 6 months. And that's going to take up a lot more headspace than I did. Alchemic Energy. I got several cash apps last week. Tell me what your name was. I'll remember. I thought I responded to each one of those, but tell me what your name is so I can make sure. But anyway, so that's something that's happening. You'll hear more about it. I have a class. I have 2 mandatory classes with the Ethics Commission before, quote, my candidacy is official. And that's happening in the next 2 weeks, these 2 mandatory classes. So as soon as those 2 classes are done, they'll be done in the next 2 weeks. Then you'll start to see, the basic stuff, a website, social media, all of that stuff, like officially announcing my my candidacy here in LA. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited about it. I am just ready for these things to meet. Like, I always feel like I'm on the precipice and like I'm on the edge of breakthrough. And I know we all have a habit that once shit gets like really extreme, we'll stop. And we was like right on the edge, right on the cusp of breakthrough, and we stop before we can break through. So I'm trying to be conscious about that and not do that. But also, we all live in a world that's pretty pressing and intense and urgent. And that's what I've been saying for at least the last 2 months. I have seen the evidence of my channel's ability to, at minimum, keep my rent paid, my monthly, keep me housed, because that shit is sketchy right now. You feel me? To at least keep me housed. I've seen the ability for my YouTube channel to do that. So there's a lot of tweaking of my channel that I'm about to start doing over the next few weeks. So that's why I'm removing a lot of videos. I was trying. I'm really, really trying. I promise I'm really trying. I don't want to, but I know that my language is one of the reasons that my my channel is perpetually shadow banned. And so that's why I keep telling you guys to share my stuff. It's the only way that it's getting out, because I know people have joined, but I know because I'm being shadow banned, they will only let my subscribers get to a certain number and then they will cut it off. So you have to go in and constantly recheck to see if you are still subscribed, because in a year, and I have had so many people reach out to me, especially after I did that interview with Mama T, and they're telling me that from January till now, I hadn't gotten no new members. The same amount of members that I had in January last year are the same amount of subscribers that I have today. The same amount of subscribers I had in January this year is the same amount of subscribers that I have today. So that's not like, it's a straight up shadow ban of my channel. And so I know that my language, the fact that I love to cuss, is the primary reason that that I don't have the numbers that I should have. And so, but over this past summer, over August, hey Lily, I was thinking about you today, woman. Over August was the most successful month that I've had for my YouTube channel. And I'm still trying to figure out my analytics because I can't see what I did differently in August. But in August, my channel for the first time I think I made $955 in the month of August. Since April, because it went at the beginning of the year, it was like $200 a month, right? But in April, something happened, and I made $400. I was like, okay, let's go, like that, right? And so those months, I love to cuss too, Lily, and I'm grown. You feel me? It's like, how can we be grown people and have some weirdo, nerdy douchebags who control all the damn media be the ones to tell us that we can't talk like grown-ups, that we can't talk like we want to, that you got to say grape, but you don't do shit to resolve the culture of rape in this country. You can't say shit. And I'm not talking about literal shit. I'm talking about, yes, it's the exclamation point. I call it the seasoning. It's the seasoning to what otherwise would be a boring ass language. You feel me? Oh, okay. I see y'all. Earth Beauty says she found me through the Mama T interview, and so did I. Didn't realize that's how you found me, Shanta J. That's awesome. Yeah, I was thinking about her today. I love that interview, and I've been interviewed by other people too who were like, the interviews were dope. The sister in India interviewed me, and this woman in New Zealand interviewed me, and who else? Sister Tonda Seasway here, an author and longtime radical activist here, interviewed me, and people was blowing up that interview hard. And I'm like, how do I only have 4,000 followers? Why y'all playing with my goddamn money? Plus, who cares if I say shit? Who cares if I say damn, bitch? Like, what the fuck? You feel me? This is dumb. But I told y'all years ago this was happening. I remember saying something is weird happening. Like, there's this weird, it was subtle just 4 years ago. Just 4 years ago, I remember doing a live about it. I was like, this is going to be a problem. I can tell this is going to be a problem because it was subtle. I was like, this weird thing is starting to happen on YouTube, this censorship. And it was happening on Facebook too. It started with like the little fact checkers thing, but they wouldn't tell you what they were fact checking and why they removed it, and based off what facts they didn't cite it. You feel what I'm saying? I was like, this is about to be a problem. This is about to be a problem. And here we are, having to talk like imbeciles, literally talk like imbeciles, because if you do not self-censor, as a matter of fact, oh my God, child, I'm having a whole moment. As a matter of fact, This book that we read, what was it, 2 years ago? And the book was written in 1983. Pure Lust. The Elemental Feminist Philosophy by Mary Daly. This book that was written in 1983, she did a whole chapter on what we are experiencing right now today. She said it's coming. I'm here in 1983 under Ronald Reagan's first administration, and I can tell you what's coming. They are going to bridle your tongue. That's what they're going to do. They're going to bridle your mouth. Instead of fixing the circumstances in the world and socially that would have you not have no need to be out here cussing, spitting fire out your mouth. Do you think that I would be cussing anywhere near this much if it was a peaceful and wonderful world that we live in, that there was literally nothing in the world to complain about because damn, it's so nice living here on earth. The world is just so wonderful. Would you need explicatives to explain? You need explicatives to explain the force for which you are communicating these ideas. That's why respectability politics exists. Respectability politics, that whole trying to police language because it's so abrasive. Do you have to use those kind of colloquialisms to communicate an idea? Just because your aristocracy and your nobility successfully bridled your rage, bitch, don't mean I got to succumb. And I don't want to. So I got to figure out a way. Man. Because I am convinced my voice is what's going to make me rich. I'm certain of it. That's what attracted Galactic C say, that's what attracted me, rawness in your delivery. And that's what they're afraid of. Because up until a certain point, they thought that they were successful in forcing people to self-censor and, under the auspice of having to communicate a certain way so that people can hear what you're saying. Like people can't really hear what you're saying when they're having to wade through explicatives. We've heard this. I know you have. Or better yet, when you are in a professional setting, there's a certain way that you have to articulate yourself so that your point, the essence of what you're trying to communicate, thoroughly comes across. I told y'all last week, that's why I be so mad about these young, brilliant Black women, and they be brilliant, but I can't get past. And the only reason I can make a critique of it is because it used to be me, and really believing, internalizing that it's just the way that I speak. Getting mad when other Black people would say, damn, why you talk like that? Why you talk like white girl? Girl, where you from? I get so mad. I would have to defend the way I was just raised this way. That's just how my parents taught me to speak. This shit is so deeply entrenched and encoded in us. So I empathize when I see it, but I am equally annoyed because I know what it is. Even though these babies don't know. They don't know. So I'm not angry when I hear these little girls say the same dumbass verbatim bullshit that I used to say 30 years ago. Do you know that the narrative hasn't even changed a letter? So I hear them say that. Then what happens when they're having to defend the way that they speak because it's just how I always spoke? And then what has to happen because now they got to defend themselves. And so what is their method of defense? I can't help if I'm smart, because white is synonymous with smart, first of all. Second of all, without saying it, you saying, nigga, you stupid. And so without saying it, I didn't say that. And so what happens is you do exactly what this shit is constructed for you to do. And this has been for a long time, baby. Is to self-isolate. Is to isolate yourself from your people, from your crew, from those who would always have your back. You understand what I'm saying? Not only that, from the people that if you spent enough time with them would coax out the little fucking rebel in you too. The little rebel that you have to suppress to speak like that so that you know. Listen, it's coding, baby. It's coding. I swear it is. I just, some of these young women that I follow on YouTube have such extraordinary content. They sharp as tacks, man. I wish I was half as smart as they was when that was their age. Sharp as tacks. Listen, spit and fire in content. But their voices are like nails on goddamn chalkboards, bitch. And the only reason that I can say it is because I was them. I was them. I was them. I was the singular Black girl that all the white girls wanted to bring to their house for their slumber party. They need. White people are coded too. They don't know it. They are coded to a certain behavior too. And so when they find one among us who speaks their language, the first word they will say out of their mouth for the last 70 years. You understand? You're not like the other Black girls. And then you needing a affirmation of some type, especially if you Black and female, needing somebody somewhere to affirm your existence. And the white people fall right in line with their coding. They are trained just like we are. Just like we are. And so they say verbatim, you're not like other Black girls, and you smile a little smile in your heart. This becomes to you a little badge of there is something different in me than them other negresses. I'm just telling you. The reason I got on that is because of y'all think it's funny. I see a bunch of y'all cracking up in the goddamn comment section, and I can laugh about it now. But even when I joined the party, I was 24 years old. I was still heavily white coded, boo. It was let me tell you something. It was a miracle. It was a literal miracle. As a matter of fact, there are moments that you can look in your life and say that moment that changed everything, how it happened was a literal miracle. The day that I met the party, I was engaged to a white boy. My daughter is mixed race. I was still living a very white-coded life, white adjacent life. I was accustomed to being the lone Black girl in any number of spaces or events that I showed up in. At this point in my life, it wasn't even something that I thought about because it was my life. It was how I grew up, my teenage years, all the way through young adulthood. And I met I was working at a health food store. I was the sushi chef at a health food store. And so I'm making sushi, and these two sisters came up to the counter and were like, "Ooh, what are you making?" And I said, "Vegetarian sushi, veggie sushi." And they were like, "Ooh, we want that. We want the one you're making." I was like, "All right, cool." So I go to the counter to check them out. And one of them, I forget, she had something on. I was like, "Oh, that's really dope. What you got on?" She was like, "Oh, it was a shirt. It was a t-shirt. They had Africa on it." And I like dabbled a little bit in like Africa as a concept, you feel me? But I was still very white coded. And I was like, "Oh, that's cool." She was like, you should come check out what we're doing today. We're going to an event today. And it's not about the shirt, but it's like this. I was like, "Okay, I could come and check it out." And I went. I told my white girlfriend, I was like, "Yeah, these two young Black girls invited me to this event down at this place. Have you ever heard of it? It's called the Uhuru House." And my white girlfriend was like, "Oh my God, you can't go there. They hate white people." I hadn't even thought about that story. Oh, shit. We went out to dinner that night, and I told her where I was going the next day. And she was like, just like that, I ain't even exaggerating, "You can't go there. They hate white people." I said, "Really?" She said, "Yeah, girl, they have a long history here. They hate white people." I was like, damn, that's crazy, right? So I went home. Mind you, I'm engaged to a white dude. All right. I go home and I'm like, yo, I met these girls today and they were telling I met these girls today and they were telling me about like this event downtown. And so I'm gonna go tomorrow. And I said, but I want you to keep Morgan because you know Morgan is half white. And my daughter, if any of you have seen her, she does not look like what you would call a stereotypically mixed race child. Her whole childhood, most kids that she went to school with didn't know she was half black until they saw me. Until I would come to the school, they were confused about why my daughter was in an all black school. Because from kindergarten to the 6th grade, Morgan was in an all black school. And so, you know, kids are little. They don't understand why this little girl, everybody thought she was like from the islands, like Puerto Rico. They thought she was either Puerto Rican or like a light-skinned Mexican. All throughout her childhood. Even I remember, let me just digress for a little bit. I remember this story about why I regretted sending Morgan to private school. She wanted to go to, public school. She wanted to go to public school in high school after I homeschooled her for 3 years and she went to private school from kindergarten to the 6th grade. She's like, Mama, I'm ready. And she was raised in the movement. So I was like, okay, my baby good. You feel me? Let my baby go ahead and do high school. And baby, when I tell you public school will undo all your hard work in no time, Morgan would always say, when people would ask her, what are you anyway? She'd say, I'm African. That was her natural response. My mama African, so I'm African. Morgan knew more about Africa than most black people know about Africa. Hell, than most Africans know about Africa. My baby loved Africa. That's what her growing up in the movement did. So I was like, my baby good. My baby good. She knew the African pledge by heart. You feel me? My baby was good. Baby, it took a year for public school to undo all of Africa, to uproot all of Africa out of my baby. It took less than a year. So Morgan wanted to be a cheerleader, which was my nightmare. It was the stuff that my nightmares were made of. No cheerleaders in my house. My sister was a cheerleader. We scrapped like cats and dogs from the time we entered high school to the time we left. No cheerleaders in my house. And that was the thing my child wanted to do. So Morgan became a cheerleader. One day, my little girl came and knocked on the door. And I answered the door, right? And the little girl looked shocked. She was like, and then she stepped back to see if the house number was right. She literally stepped back to see if to look at the number above the door. She said, is Morgan here? I was like, yeah, Morgan here. Hold on just a second. Morgan, a friend of yours at the door. I said, come on in, baby. Morgan come out of the room. You know what my baby said? She has never said this in her whole life. You know what my baby said? This little girl said, Morgan, I didn't know you was black. Morgan said, I'm not. I'm mixed. It was like I got stabbed in the chest. I wasn't trying to embarrass her in front of her. I said, but when the fuck did that happen? When did that happen? What you mean? I said, when did that happen? I said, even the little Puerto Rican girl that done walked through the house said, girl, I didn't know you was black. She didn't say mixed. It's obvious that you mixed with something. She didn't say that. She came in the house and said, girl, I didn't know you was black. And your response is, I'm not. I'm mixed. When did that happen? I had never heard my child say that. Never. First of all, I could have told you anything. Child, your goddamn daddy could be the goddamn Prince of Arabia, as far as you know. She ain't never met her father. She's never seen his fucking face. Never. That was by his choice. Because she was living, hell, for a long time in the same city that he was still working in. That was his choice that he did not want to meet her. You understand? I said, so when did that happen? I said, not only did he not want to meet her, that this is a whole half of her family tree that she has never met. I knew it wasn't like it was a fling. I was with this dude for 1.5 years. He said, if you keep the baby, we ain't together. I was like, all right, deuces. And so I knew his mama. I knew his daddy. He was an only child. They never inquired why I didn't come around anymore. Nothing. They knew he had a baby. Never once reached out. We all lived in the same goddamn city. I said, so Morgan, when that happened? When everybody that you know as family is black as me. The fuck you mean you mixed? The fuck kind of shit is that? You know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, I was hot. How'd I get on that, y'all? Oh, because, man, I ain't gonna go off in no diatribe. I don't even know how I got on why the black girls be talking like that. Oh, I do. Because these motherfuckers want me to talk like that up on these damn social media and YouTube and shit for me to get my money. Like, bitch, just give me my money. Stop playing with me. Give me my goddamn money. What the fuck it matter to you? There's 124 million goddamn channels on YouTube. Why are you worried about what's coming out of my goddamn mouth? Why are you worried about what kind of seasoning I use on my language? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? This shit dumb as fuck. This shit is so weird. And I think why is because I remember how YouTube was when it first hit the scene, when people was first using it. The first person I ever saw on YouTube use YouTube this way. Use YouTube like we just regularly use it. Just like talk, like a radio show. You feel me? The very first person that I saw use YouTube this way was Sarah Suit City. Say what you want about the brother right now, but most people my age, when YouTube first, when YouTube first hit the scene, I had been doing, they had this whole setup where you could do live internet radio. It was these really, really expensive programs. So you had to do it through organizations, but it was these really expensive programs that you could buy, and you could do basically internet radio, live internet radio, and it was international. It would broadcast internationally. I was doing the radio show I keep talking to y'all about, colonialism is bad for your health. And so that was how we were using the internet, as we were doing live internet radio through the movement. And then YouTube hit the scene and it's free, and you can say what you want, because on live internet radio, it was the same way. No explicatives. Like, it was monitored. It was just like being on, what do you call it? FCC, radio. You had to check your language, right? But YouTube happened, and it was like a whole new world. You could just be up on there, spitting fire. And Sarah Suit and Seti, his old videos, like he's been making the last few years, is suspect. But when he first hit the scene, 2004, 2005, I was crack watching Seti. And that was the thing so I was doing hair, I was doing locks. And so every time I would do a brother's locks, they were gonna sit and watch. They was gonna get fed while they was at my house for 2 hours. They was gonna have something in their brain that was gonna feed their brain. You feel me? You in my possession for 2 hours. We gonna watch some shit that's gonna split your skull open. So Seti would typically be the thing that I would introduce them to first, because he's so hood. Here's a man who is very well educated. He was sharp as tacks, and he had a tongue like an automatic rifle. Had a tongue like an automatic rifle. So even though he was clean, you feel me, he was always sporting his little African garb, you feel me, he was from Detroit. His mannerisms was straight Detroit, you feel me, like, I'm saying, son, blah, 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 like straight like Northeast culture, but sharp. His content was sharp, you feel me, and it was delivered in a way that if your ass had a 5th grade education and was raised up in the hood and slinging rocks on the corner, you could fully eat off every word. I love Seti. Seti has gone astray, but I love Seti. I met Seti. I organized an event where Seti was speaking, and anyway, my life in the movement, child. I could tell a million stories about my time in the movement. But anyway, it was different. The culture everywhere, not just for Black people, everywhere. The culture was different. But I'm telling you, it's still the same things that I was talking about all them hours ago when I was talking about the goddamn uprisings in Iran. Feel me? Iran would not be the place that it is today. Iran would not be in the situation that it is in today if we had not made a perpetual habit of giving power, turning power over to cowards. That's my personal position. Khomeini proved his cowardice. He didn't have to go into hiding for me to know he was a piece of shit, a punk ass bitch. But thank you for proving it. Thank you for providing the evidence for what I already knew. And if these women in Iran, who was just a year ago, just a summer ago, threatening to dismantle the entire country, y'all don't remember that though. That ain't even no shit nobody talking about within the context of what is happening in Iran right now. If women had rights in that country, if women had been full citizens in that country, could this shit have happened where these motherfuckers literally sold off the water aquifers for a country that's in the middle of the goddamn desert? But all you see is a bunch of stiff legs in office, stiff legs running the businesses, stiff legs stroking each other off under the auspice of talking politics. Y'all destroy everything. Everything wrong on the planet Earth is your fault. That's not to say that you are outside of redemption. Khomeini is outside of redemption. Khomeini is outside of redemption. And the only reason that this discussion about bringing back the Shah of Iran that's been in exile for 49 years, this nigga is old as Methuselah. Y'all can't come up with nothing better than that. Nope, because you men. And even as y'all are upset about what is happening economically in the country, it doesn't occur to any of you that these women that we still hold hostage in these houses, I ain't seen no women in the streets. I ain't seen their counterparts out in the streets when just a year ago, all of these women, go back and watch the videos from the demonstrations when that young 19-year-old college student was murdered by the morality police in Iran for her hair falling out of her hijab. Murdered, brutalized in a goddamn jail. They beat her to death in the jail. And all these women took to the streets in t-shirts. In everything they did was a federal offense. Everything they did was a jailable offense. No hijabs, no burqas, no facial covering. Not only that, they was like, fuck that. Going out, starting bonfires in the middle of the goddamn street, man. Cutting off their hair over the bonfires, man. Doing videos on TV crying while they cutting their hair. I'm removing all my hair in honor of this young sister whose life was taken by the goddamn morality police. And today, all you see is motherfucking stiff legs demonstrating out in the goddamn street. Y'all got short-term memory. The most revolutionary gangster thing I done seen in an age where all these women, the shit that we take for granted when we demonstrate. I done seen, I done been to demonstrations in goddamn Hollywood where bitches go to the goddamn demonstrations with goddamn, what you call them, bikini tops on and booty shorts on. White girls coasting, surfing the terrain for Negroes and shit, blowing bubbles at the goddamn demonstrations and shit. Shit we take for granted when we quote, hit the road to fight the power. Crazy ass white women with pussy hats on and twerking their ass toward the police. Huh? Child, the most revolutionary gangster shit that I saw for a long ass time were these women who, because they stepped out of their front door, everything they did from the moment they stepped out of their front door was a jailable offense. Everything that they put their goddamn lives on the line for freedom, the right to live unoppressed. These men don't remember the revolutionary zeal of these women that were really about to set some shit off last year, but because they couldn't pull themselves out of their manhood, out of their allegiance to zealotry. So this shit that's happening in Iran, yes, gangster. It looked good. It was hot for a couple of days, but they men, and just as gullible as men can be, all the United States had to do was say, oh, "Okay, I see that. Okay, there ain't no women in the group. There ain't no women on the streets with them. Okay, they open, they ripe for exploitation. Let us go see some bullshit into the chance." And here you go, like the puppet you are, child. Like you don't study history at all. I can tell you they can still do the same old shit. They ain't even got to come up with new strategies because you will still believe the same old shit. All they had to do was pay somebody. Look, man, I know you ain't got no money, you feel me? I know y'all going up in there and act like one of the people, you feel me? Just go up in there and just start chanting this. Bring back Kalani. I mean, bring back the Shah. Bring back the Shah. Just say that. That's all you got to say. We'll give you $1,000 right here. Just say, bring back the Shah. For 3 days, man, I've been watching these demonstrations. They ain't said that shit. They said, you know what they were shouting in the streets? I was like, okay, these men might come to the right conclusion. Let's go. We want freedom. We want freedom. Yelling, burning shit, busting windows. I was like, oh shit, let's go. Let's go. Day 4. Bring back the Shah. Bring back the king. I said, oh my God. Damn. Well, one can hope. One can dream, I guess. One can dream, I guess. Yes, this is related. Yes, this is related. Let me see what y'all talking about over here. Y'all cracking up on me. Let's see. Yes, same with my nephew. He was homeschooled and was settled in our practices. He went to public school 1 week and came home and told me not to say ancestors no more. Oh, damn. But y'all act like I'm too extreme. Y'all act like I'm too extreme when I say they be at work on your ass from the day you emerge from your mother's womb, child. They be at work on your ass. I've seen it, man. I've seen it, baby. They go to work on your ass. That shit was a real learning experience. Watching Africa disintegrate from my baby's consciousness overnight. Overnight. Mm-hmm. You understand? He told me I wouldn't have any friends. He told me I wouldn't have any friends. Laugh out loud after 1 week. That shit is real, man. That shit is real. That shit is real. And I think that's why I was saying in the beginning, I really be at odds with myself about what must be done and what must be done for myself. You feel me? Like what must be done at large, but also what must be done for myself. Because unlike all of these weirdo, loser ass cult leaders who y'all historically, I'm saying y'all, but y'all know I ain't talking about y'all, who y'all done ran out and propped up and bought houses and bought islands and all kind of crazy shit, done followed to other countries. And when I tell you their mediocrity is so evident, it's just like gruesome. It's like gruesome. Watching some of these documentaries on these cults, I'm like, how? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. I'm going about this shit wrong. Y'all need me to be stupid. Y'all need me to be stupid. Y'all need me to be mediocre. Y'all don't need me to be genius. Y'all don't need me to be able to see how you're going to liberate yourself. You need me to be stupid, to be high all the time. I don't get high, but y'all need me to be high. Y'all need me to be talking some bullshit. And don't even say it, because it ain't just white folks that be falling for this cult shit. It ain't. Not even close. Not even close. 990 people, black-skinned ass, working class, desperate people follow Jim Jones all the way down to Guyana. That's who he targeted. That's what he said. That's what he said. He targeted black people. What did he say? He said he used, as a matter of fact, Huey P. Newton's book, Revolutionary Suicide? He said that was his favorite piece of reading, was Revolutionary Suicide by Huey P. Newton. He knew exactly who he was targeting. And so while there might have been some white folks sprinkled up in the bunch, this white boy, mediocre. Have you ever even heard him speak? Have you ever even heard the speeches? Not only did he do that, guess what else he said? Because he grew up in the church. Like 99.9% of these cult leaders. do. I'm convinced that every cult is a psyop. And as soon as I read this story about the white boy I was telling y'all about, who started out in Anton LaVey's Church of Satan and then built his own Church of Satan, which is actually the most successful version of the Church of Satan, because it's got a bunch of splinters now. His is the most successful. This motherfucker was a special ops in the U.S. military for 30 years. This shit is psyop. All of it. 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 And so when I heard this girl, let me get back to this. I know I'm all over the place, but it's all related. Once you see how it's related, your mind is going to be blown. I saw the damn documentary about the girl, the little crazy ass, the seemingly crazy ass girl that called herself Mother God, the one I told you, who died from a colloidal silver overdose. And her story was very interesting. And these kinds of stories make it difficult for us to believe or accept that cults are psyops, right? Because it seems like a regular, everyday, poor white woman. I think she was from Kansas. I want to say she was from Kansas, right? She was poor. She was working at McDonald's, barely able to make it. She had a baby. You feel me? Her husband went shit. You know, stereotypical poor woman story. She was poor. She was uneducated. She quit high school. You know, regular everyday story, Midwest American story. And one day something happened, and she told her mom was keeping her baby, and she told her mom she had 2 kids. I think she had 2 kids, and she told her mom, I'm doing something after work or something, and I'm gonna be home a little late. And they never saw her again. She clocked out, got her paycheck, and she left. Well, apparently she had been on like a spiritual chat room or something, and met a guy on the spiritual chat room and left Kansas, I think, to drive to Texas to go and meet the dude. And they got married and they started a religion. That she had a breakthrough in consciousness and realized that she was God. The reason I'm telling you about this girl is because when I saw this particular, because I think there's been about 4 documentaries made about her, the cult of Mother God or some shit. And they were very notorious, by the way. They were one of the infamous ones. But the thing that struck me about this documentary in particular that I saw about her and her life, this was the only one that I'd seen that talked at length about her life and her family and them trying to get her back and all of this stuff. I sat in here watching this documentary. This may have been about 2, maybe 3 years ago. And I have to say, I was shook. I was shook. And the reason that I was shook is because some of the language that she was using, some of the articulations that she was using, even though in her presentation she was crazy as the day is long, she was from the beginning crazy as the day is long. But there were these unexplainable and almost creepy like moments of clarity where like something else would peek through the crazy and say something profound and step back behind the insanity, especially in the earlier stages. It was, I'll be honest, and I'm saying this and I'm trying to take my time with it because I have had, let me tell you, when I talk about these cults being psyops, when I talk about Aleister Crowley being, when I say psyops, or when I say the police, or when I say a motherfucker is an agent, you feel me? That might be anybody. Like Neo in the Matrix. Regular everyday people, but because they fucked up in the brain and the Matrix is what it is, I'm just talking about according to the movie, anybody can function like an agent because this is the way the thing is set up. It's for you to function against your best interest. The thing is set up for everyone to function against their own personal self-interest. Feel me? And so that's how you become an agent. But when I say Aleister Crowley was the police, I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying literally paid by government agents, by government agencies to do what? That's why I asked y'all 3 hours ago, to what end are you being taught from a mentor or a leader or a guru or whatever the fuck, right? To what end? Huh? Because I'm going to tell you something else. I have several of Aleister Crowley's books. Does that mean that when I read the words that he penned, that I am taking his words into my skull and understanding them the same way he penned them? No. And why can I still read an Aleister Crowley book? Because 99.9% of the words that he penned, he stole from somebody else any motherfucking way. And 99.9% of the time, it's a guarantee that that person he stole them words from was melanated. You feel me? Even my opposition, and it's a staunch opposition to so many of the, quote, great philosophers of the age of enlightenment, doesn't mean that I will not read words penned by self-proclaimed, self-aggrandized, fucking bourgeois thought leaders in the age of enlightenment. Nope. I will still read Nietzsche and Rousseau and anybody else that's going to give me the one up on my opposition. What it does mean is that you cannot read something without being able to extract an essence from it that applies to you. Read what because I tell y'all this all the time, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, this book that I just held up for y'all, this book right here, it was hard for us to get through this book because there were so many of us, child. There were so many Black women in my damn email, especially when I first started reading the book. Some of them came around. But there were so many Black women in my goddamn email talking about, why you reading this white woman shit? So many. So much opposition when I was reading this book. Y'all, I save every email. So if you need me to bring up the emails just to show you I'm not lying, so many people staged opposition when I started reading this book online. So many, for so long, because it took us 6 months to walk through that book. So many people. And I kept saying the same thing over and over and over again, and it will remain. I just had a woman send me an email the other day. Why you want this $500 book by Manly P. Hall? Because I want it. And I teach y'all on here, so why does it matter? You get fed from me. Don't you know that everything that I give to you is some information I read from somewhere else filtered through my particular worldview and experience? Fuck you mean why I want the book? Because I said so. That's why. That should be enough. God damn it. Plus, this nigga went all over. That's why I stay mad. Because this nigga, he didn't have to work a day in his life. From the age of 20 until the day they planted his ass in a pine box. White people, knowing what they had the opportunity to get from supporting his world travels, that's all he did was go around the world, every square inch of the planet, gobbling up, collecting up all the secret teachings of all the people around the world, sitting with gurus and shamans and any Negro with a penis that would give up their family goods to share with him, giving them books, giving him everything. This book, The Secret Teaching of All the Ages, baby, when I tell you, he came into contact with everyone on the planet. So he talked about his trips to South America, to Chile, to Central America, to Machu Picchu. This white boy who was funded his globe trotting around to the colored people of the world to get all this secret information, globe trotting, his whole goddamn life work was supported and funded by white nationalists while he running around rubbing elbows with Negroes all over the goddamn globe. Yellow Negroes, red Negroes, Indian Negroes, African Negroes, South American, everybody. Everybody. So what the fuck do you mean, why do I want this man's book? He done literally collected all your people and them shit, wrote it in a book called The Secret Teaching for All the Ages that he wrote 80 years ago, and you just hearing about today. But white people don't have access to this shit for the 80 years that it's been out there. And you can't figure out why these motherfuckers stay running circles around y'all. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm trying to read everything they read while I'm reading everything we read. But when we was reading Pure Lost, it was the thing I kept saying every time some black woman came up in my inbox. I'm like, why you always reading this white people shit? I said, do you know somebody personally who went to school, who went to seminary, college? She got her goddamn PhD in Catholic seminary. And then the shit fucked her up so bad that so much she grew up a devout Roman Catholic, and she said there was so much in her program in seminary, college, to be a PhD theologist or whatever the fuck. She said, "Oh, I didn't know that there was no change in, like, this thing not only was made to do exactly what it's do, but there's so much more in here that I didn't even realize was up in here." And so here, this little old cute old lady that go to college to get a PhD in theology and come out of the school. Where that book at? Where that book at? Where that book at? I just had it the other day. Hey. Oh man. Well, yeah, I just showed y'all that book the other day. What the hell? Did I put it down? Yeah, well, it would have been cool if I could just sprung it out on y'all. Hey, man, I just had it. I'm gonna have to be the nerd that I used to be and start alphabetizing all my books again. Shit. I just had it. Like, what the hell? I know it's right in front of my face, and just because I want it, I can't see it. Anyway, yeah, she came out of seminary school, went to seminary school, devout, practicing Roman Catholic, teaching the catechism. Came out of seminary school, a radical lesbian feminist. Exactly, Lily. Exactly. Lily say, I have the book. He's so arrogant, but read through it to see what the fuck he stole. That's my point. That's why, let's see. That's why we have to check ourselves and know that we can't be a sellout. I know we gotta want to be in our midst, but that's when you have to know who's gonna be in bed with you, or and Manly P. Hall books and Black Law Dictionary is something you should have in your library. See there? And listen, if for no other reason, not just Manly P. Hall, y'all, I got 3,200 books in this goddamn apartment. And I'd be overwhelmed because I'm like, oh, I should pick this book up. See, you got the book of those cards. I don't have them yet. I intend to buy them because I'm telling y'all, that's all they can do is steal. They don't have a generative, like a creative, generative spirit. That's all they can do is steal. And then hold hostage, keep secret. And so I was telling them, I'm like, yo, do you know anybody that went to Catholic seminary, college, and got her PhD in theology that can then come out and put us on game, like tell us the shit that they got hidden up in there that blew her mind. And so she was like, she came out like with the book I was trying to show you, is she got a book where she on the cover with a book of the book with a goddamn double-edged axe. You know what I'm saying? This little old lady with a big ass double-edged. She go to school teaching the rosary and shit, believing that she can make a difference in the Roman Catholic Church, and then she go into damn college and is like, oh no, this shit is the wickedest thing ever existed on the planet, and come out with a PhD. Now not only am I not a devout Roman Catholic teaching the catechism, but I'm a radical lesbian feminist, shaved all the goddamn hair off, and is on the cover of a book with a goddamn double-edged blade talking about we about to smash all this shit. What did she say in this book? What did she say in this book? She said, if based on the etymology of the word sin in the major languages, what did she say? Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, that if the word sin in the different etymologies means she is to be Mother Moon. That's what sin means. With all them etymologies put together, she is to be Mother Moon. Then what it means is that the original quote sin was not eating a damn apple or disobeying God, that the original sin was to be born female. That's what it means. That's what sin means. It means to be born female. So she said, well, goddamn, if everything that you do based on these institutions is a sin, can be called a sin, then you might as well have the courage to sin on purpose. This bitch went to goddamn seminary school, a devout Roman Catholic, talking about if your existence is a sin, bitch, you might as well have the courage to sin. I'm not paraphrasing. That's what she's saying in this book right here. That's what she's saying in this book right here. That you might as well have the courage to sin. What is she saying? She says you may as well have the courage to be you. That's what she's saying. This is the most gangster shit I ever read. You feel me? This is the most gangster shit I ever read to date. And I read some gangster shit. You feel me? But the thing about Mary Daly that I also really, really appreciated is, unlike the Great Cosmic Mother, which I love, is equally gangster. The thing that I loved so much more about this book was the fact that she did not talk. She would bring things in. She would bring spiritual ideas in as a way to explain very politically significant things that she's talking about in the moment. But this book was not heavily laden with like spiritual iconations. It wasn't. This book was a goddamn expose of the Roman Catholic Church and the true deep diabolatry that is the institution. She putting this motherfucker on blast is what she did. And she's putting it on blast politically. She's putting it on blast historically. She's exposing to the bare bone the essence of what the church is and what it's done. And its only target from its inception has been the lives of people born with uteruses. That's it. And she even talks about the role that males must play in their own captivity. This thing has been so wicked in its ability to hold hostage the spirit of males by creating a false allegiance in their own exploitation. The shit is deep. It's so monstrously wicked. Now, that is a great segue for me to go into what the hell I said I was only going to talk to y'all about for 30 minutes, that I'm going to be disciplined about my time, so that, because these lives, I sat and watched live the other day. I don't even remember what the fuck they was talking about. Oh, is that goofy ass astrologer guy? He has great guests. It's the only reason I keep watching this dude's channel. He has great guests, right? But himself is hard to watch. The way, I don't know, it's just something about him. I'm just like, oh, it's like my spirit just like, oh. And I don't talk about people like that, Joe. Never hear me talk about people, but this particular guy, he has great guests though, because his shit is big, right? So I'm watching this thing. As a matter of fact, I watched it when I was teaching y'all about the, he had a guest on there and he was talking about AI and all of these people that are, quote, being diagnosed with AI-induced psychoses, and that the basis of it is because he's been working with the government since the 60s on AI and on computer programming. And he says the foundation of all AI is, what did he call it? Compliant likability. I said, oh my fucking God. It was just like, that shit blew. I don't know if y'all remember that live. I did it like 2 or 3 weeks ago. That shit blew my mind. It still has me reeling. It was so simple, but like deeply profound. He said, people are really believing that their AI is becoming sentient. That it's like, because the AI, it knows so much about me, right? And so people are having these experiences because our minds, the way our minds work based on the information we have had access to, does not process information the way the AI does. AI is not emotional, so it can process information in a much more objective way than we can, and it does it through patterning and through what he said, all AI. Its primary foundational programming is compliant likability. I said, oh my God. Now, this is a scientist. This is a computer engineer, scientist talking about this shit, right? And he says, what that means is, and I'll give y'all an example, and I'm going to go back to what I'm talking about. Oh, the reason I mentioned this guy in the first place, let me just say that. The reason I mentioned this guy is because I sat here on this. I'm just saying, man, share my shit. Because even if you can't do it, somebody can. I'm talking about pay me. Share my shit. Because this guy is so corny. That's how he laughs. You can even see his guests be like, okay. You know what I'm saying? Because he has a big following, he can get dope ass guests. But this guy, bless his heart, is so corny. Oh my God. Every time he laughs, my freaking skin crawls. Okay. Somebody, like in his comment, because he just like this, he has live comment sections and people can do super thanks and super chats and all of that stuff, right? And somebody was in his super chat and was like, oh my God, this information is so great. And send him a $250 super chat. And I'm sorry. And I've offered y'all the opportunity, and I will continue to. Put a link in my email to anyone that you follow that's talking about anything that is even remotely impactful as what I have been sharing with you in these 900 fucking videos for the last 6 years. If you can find somebody that is trying to put you on game the way that I am, and it's not some deeply esoteric, intangible bullshit, I'm open to be corrected. But in the meantime, I don't need, it really fucks with my confidence, you guys. I'm like, is this what I have to do? Do I have to like, because I don't think that what I'm saying, even though it is deep as the goddamn ocean and profound as the collection of all of human history, I don't believe that it is so deep and profound that it is not tangible, that it is not something that you can clearly understand, walk away from, and go and do something with it out in the real world. You ain't gonna convince me otherwise. That somehow I am speaking above. Now, you know what? Tell me if I'm talking above your head. If I'm speaking above your head, if what I am giving you on a regular basis is too deep for you to comprehend, then y'all need to yank my chain, is what you need to do. But this shit, especially for the next 6 months, has to support my life. It's that deep. It's do or die now, goddamn it. It's do or die. And I watched this weird ass. Wow, that's so deep. And this bitch said him $250 tip, goddamn super thanks. I said, you know what? Let me scrap this YouTube channel. Let me just throw this shit in the garbage. Let me throw this shit in the garbage. Start all over. Because I'm obviously not doing something right. Do I need to talk like the white girls? Is that what I got to do? Is that what I got to do? I'm trying to keep my shit like honest, but y'all got to share my shit. Y'all got to share my shit far and wide, to and fro, because YouTube is playing games with my pockets. You dig? Share my shit. if you know that YouTube is, what do they call it? Shadow banning me. That means y'all got to send 10 motherfuckers a week a link to my channel or something. You feel me? Anyway, I would just say about the AI guy, because that shit was so profound. I've watched that video that I did maybe 3 weeks ago. I watched that video like 7 times because that guy's interview about why people think people are sabotaging their life because they believe that their AI is sentient. And the problem is the AI as an instrument that can do so much good for the world is in the palms of the diabolically wicked. So I continue to tell you, no matter what it is, no matter what the invention is, no matter what the information is, no matter what the creation is, no matter what the technology is, those who possess the access to technology or inventions or new ideas or whatever are always going to be able to show you what the outcome of that new technological advancement is going to be. That's why I said earlier, do y'all ever stop to question why the world is perpetually worse? No matter how many technological breakthroughs, technological advances, no matter how many great leaps forward we do in the ability to make life easier, it never gets easier. As in fact, it gets worse. That the theft gets deeper. That the theft gets more insidious and hidden. We're literally being robbed the fuck blind while this bitch right here, the United States of America, gave birth. In 2019, just right before pandemic, in 2019, there were 636 billionaires in the United States, which was too much. 636 billionaires in 2019. 2 years later, COVID wasn't even over. 2 years later, there were 900 billionaires in this country. Today, there are 1,135 billionaires in the United States of America. When I say you are being robbed blind, I don't mean figuratively. The amount and the gravity and the depth of the robbery, outright robbery, is because now it's violent robbery. It used to be subtle, white-collar, stock market manipulation robbery. Now they got ICE to facilitate the fucking robbery. Now they got militarized, more this Negro that y'all love so much just because she black and in office. This Negro Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, just increased again the overbloated police budget in the most militarized and deadly police force in the goddamn country. So it is a straight up armed robbery, smash and grab that is happening to people in the United States of America, and you'll call it everything but what the hell it is. My daughter sent me a text today talking about Trump just announced that he's halting all child care in the United States. Who the fuck you think that's impacting? Women? I keep telling you, everything is about us. Everything is about disempowering women the globe over. Today, they just announced that. And if they don't have to give child care anymore, guess what? There's more money that they can pocket. They get rid of your 401k. Guess where that's going? Into a whole cabinet of billionaires. He built his entire cabinet out of billionaires. And you will say, and you think Democrats is on your side. They pump fake about the Kennedy Center. We're so mad that he did this with the Kennedy Center, that they took his name down a couple of days ago. That's what I heard anyway. They took his name down because all of these people were making a fuss about him putting his name on that Kennedy Center. But that's the most gangster your Democratic representatives have been since this shit started. Oh, they did that though. They made sure they made their voices known because we had an attitude about the Kennedy Center. They ain't take them. They ain't staged that kind of contest with the 650,000 black women that lost their goddamn jobs in the first 6 months of this goddamn year. They ain't pump fake for none of that shit. So yeah. Anyway, the thing about people believing that their AI is sentient, they have one of the worst school systems. Do you know that we have one of the worst literacy rates in the Western Hemisphere? Did y'all know that? That even though play it in your face about Venezuela right now, that Venezuela's literacy rate is light years ahead of ours. Chavez was responsible for that. At least while Chavez was alive, the literacy rate had gone from 34% in the first 5 years. The literacy rate had gone from 34% to the second highest literacy rates in the Western Hemisphere. 97% literacy rate, meaning everybody could read and write in the country. From 34% to 97% in less than 5 years under Chavez. Do you know what the literacy rate in the United States of America is? 33%. 1 out of every 3 people that you meet on the street can't read and write. My grandfather was sharp as a box, or he was sharp as nails. But my grandfather, I didn't know until he was in his 90s. I didn't know my big papa had never learned to read and write. But he raised a family. He supported a family. He went out here and did what he had to do. He did the things he needed to do to navigate around the society, but he was so proud. He was so prideful. He wouldn't let his kids teach him how to read and write. My big papa never learned to read and write. You understand what I'm saying? And so we live in a country where only 1/3 of the population are literate, meaning they can read and write. That's all. They can read and write. And of those ones that can read and write, that graduate high school still don't graduate, but on a fifth grade to an 8th grade reading and comprehension level. Don't you know that's an orchestration? That's planned. How do you get a country like the United States of America, as wealthy as it is, and only a third of its population is literate? That's deliberate. It was a slow process. Breaking down, manipulating to ensure this outcome. Who was the girl? She was Gerald Ford's daughter. They just did a video that she did. She made this video in the 90s. She made this video in the 90s. And in the 90s, she did this video because she was a victim of this elite trafficking of children. This is Gerald Ford's daughter. And he made arrangements to sell her to the highest paying bidder for nights and shit. This is what she's saying in the 90s. So y'all acting like this shit with Ed Scene is brand new. So Gerald Ford's daughter's talking. And she said, look, she said the same thing I've been telling y'all for years and years. That this shit is planned out. As a matter of fact, she talked about this place that she went to, that she was taken to by airplane, that she said it was the equivalent of, what's that place? The Bohemian Grove, where all the elites be going to determine to agree upon who the next president is going to be. Y'all can hear this shit and say, oh, it's just a conspiracy theory. And then it happens. You're like, but how did they know that? Because they planned for it, bitch. This is a chessboard. The whole world is a chessboard. The whole world is a chessboard. I told y'all about the book, The Grand Chessboard, by what's his name? Was it Brignew? What's his name? William Brignew. I think this is William Brignew, William Brzezinski, something like that. He was on Reagan's cabinet. He wrote a book called The Grand Chessboard. The party used to teach it. The party would have a big ass like map of the world on the wall for our Sunday meetings. This is when I was young in the party. And this brother named Sobukwe would teach current events using thumbtacks and his big ass map of the world, right? And he would talk about what was in the news that day on the map with thumbtacks and the impact that it was going to have on Africa, that it was going to have on the African diaspora. This shit was genius. And he used to teach The Grand Chessboard that was written by Brignew. I think that's his name, Brignew or Brzezinski. Anyway, and he wrote this book back in the 90s. He was like, look, fuck what you heard. Y'all don't make no decisions. You voters. Y'all don't make no decisions. Y'all don't impact policy. Everything, these little people you vote for, you think you actually put them in office. We decided that 25 years ago. We groomed them from birth. As soon as they mom and them had them, they began being groomed. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. And so when y'all think that y'all beloved Obama was just a rant, because I remember when they started announcing Obama as a Democratic candidate before the Democratic convention, everybody, even black people in the hood, was like, where he came from though? How come we just heard about him? It was like the nigga came from up out of a turnip leaf one day and was a candidate for the president. But we was like, damn, we ain't never seen him in the news. We ain't never even heard of Barack Obama. Where he get that name from? People were like, it just seemed like he just appeared from nowhere. Meanwhile, you think it's a coincidence and it shouldn't matter. It really shouldn't matter, what his parents did for a living. His mother was CIA, y'all. That shouldn't make a difference. His mother wasn't just some random white girl who just fell in love with some random Negro from Kenya. Y'all, god damn. I don't know. Anyway, I know I'm all over the place now, and I'm hungry. God damn it, I'm hungry. Okay, so let me just tell you some other things that are in the news. I know I've got way off on that Iran thing because it is something we have to pay attention to. It's something that we have to pay attention to, because Iran, I hope some group of women from Iran hear this conversation somehow, because that contest they began to wage, not this past summer, the summer before, it was invigorating, and that shit was spreading. Now all of a sudden you're not hearing about women's issues anywhere on earth. Though just a year ago, everybody was talking about what Putin was doing in Russia, talking about women would not be able to go to college until they had 2 children, that they were going to be fines and subsequently prison, jail time if anybody was caught talking about 4B, child-free living, anything like that on their social media. Nobody's talking about that anymore. Nobody's talking about the fact that all of these countries were doing the same thing. Japan, Korea had gotten so desperate for, quote, women to have babies that they were going into the prisons and offering women in prison $50,000 in housing and freedom if they would come out and agree to have babies. And the women in the prisons was like, fuck that. We'll stay up in here. The women in the prisons was like, fuck that. We'll stay right where we at. We ain't gonna betray our country, women. They got y'all pressed. But the diabolatry of it, no, you ain't gonna, the $50,000 that you offering these women, the free housing and all of this shit that you offering women in prison, but you aren't coming to the table at all on the demands that the women who kick this thing off are making, which are, listen, scraggly bare minimum demands, bitch. Scraggly bare minimum demands. Nobody talking about this shit no more. Y'all was all hot under the collar when old boy got elected. As soon as he got elected, all these women all over the goddamn country talking about, we should have been doing this 4B shit. We need to do 4B too. You feel me? Where that talk at? Gone. China in February was like, your bitches better stay married, because if you don't stay married and you didn't have anything when you came up into the marriage, it doesn't matter how hard you work, because you work hard married. Doesn't matter how long you was married. Don't matter how many kids you squeezed out of your body for him while y'all was married. If you leave, you ain't getting shit. That's what happened in China this year, February. And it wasn't supposed to go into effect until a month later. So they make the announcement that if you get divorced and it's his parents' house that y'all moved into, like he was given a house by his parents, you can't leave with nothing. Whatever you came into the marriage with, you leave with. Targeting women, you leave with, no matter how many years you was married. Married mean working for free. No matter how many years you was married, no matter how many children you got, you leave them with nothing. And instead of women cowering, they said you got a month to make a decision. So from the announcement to the month, they say that the freaking divorce offices all over the country were flooded beyond capacity. That everybody, all the women was trying to get their divorces in. before the laws went into effect. All the women in the goddamn country was like, I hate this bitch. Let me get up out here while the getting is good. China, in particular, really all of those countries, China, Japan, South Korea, India, we need to be having serious conversations about what is happening on this planet, not as something new, but as retribution. To talk about a population crisis, to talk about a birth rate crisis anywhere on earth without talking about what has happened to the bodies of women and children in these same countries, men talking about a loneliness epidemic in China of all places, and tied to this expression is not the millions upon millions of baby female bodies in the bottom of rivers all over the goddamn country, is not tied to that. China has a debt to pay to its women. China has a debt to pay. Japan, the most. Do you know that the Japanese was called the crackers of Asia for the longest time? That's not my opinion. For the longest time, man, the Japanese were called the crackers of Asia. And the reason why was because of the unhinged diabolatry that was happening during wartime. It was unhinged in a way that we always liken to people with white skin, like that kind of extra weird ass diabolical shit they be doing, like collecting people body parts in warfare and shit, like that weird, that extra that they just go to be extra fucking weird in warfare. That was the Japanese. The gravity of their war crimes, particularly against women and children. Women. How Japan has debts to pay. So any crisis, the invisibles, there's another word of these people who are so paralyzed by social anxiety that they don't leave the house into their adult years. And so they're so crippled in their ability to function socially. Their parents have to take care of them into adulthood, hiring therapists to come to the house. I forget what they call them, but the word translates to shut-ins. So you got the invisibles on one side of Japan who just checking out of society. Like this shit is bullshit. It's too hard. Fuck this shit. I'll go and live in a box. It'll be better. I'll be better off living in a box because this is some bullshit. And just disappear. They call them the invisibles. They got the ones that are called, quote, shut-ins, who have, and the other aspect of it is, because these are the things they're saying are contributing to the, quote, birthing crisis in Japan, is death by overwork is a leading cause of death in Japan right now. Death by overwork. An increase in suicides among males in particular in Japan and Korea, South Korea. People are experiencing an existential crisis, particularly in these Asian countries, China, Japan, and South Korea. And everybody is doing these long dissertations about what can be contributing to the birthing crisis here and there and this and that. Y'all motherfuckers got debts to pay. India got debts to pay. India got debts to pay. Women do not want to hear shit about no birth rate crisis. Y'all got debts to pay. To watch videos today of the baby girls who didn't, quote, who weren't, quote, the victims of female infanticide in China, and to see videos of them where they had long benches that could fit, they call them potty benches, where the bench could fit 5 or 6 babies at a time, and they would sit the babies over the hole called the potty bench. So there'd be 5 holes, and they would sit each baby girl's butt on the hole and strap with rope these babies' hands and feet to the chair so they could not move all day. And y'all still be let me talk about this shit I want to talk to y'all about. The other thing I want to say, look, be paying attention to things that in your mind may not seem pertinent politically. And the reason I'm saying that is because I always look for weird news. You understand what might be just odd to the regular person, or like, oh, that's weird, and then they move on. I look for those things because we cannot hear. We cannot hear, and I can hear. I'm in a place now where I can hear. And so there have been several stories that I've come across all the way up until last night that are concerning to me, because animals around the world are attempting to communicate to us, and we are not listening. Animals are in big ways, not subtle ways. Animals are attempting to communicate with us, and we are not listening because we don't remember how to communicate with animals, how to listen to animals. And there have been several stories that I've come across that I'll be honest, were shocking to me. They were shocking in a way that I was like, bitch, this shit is over. I'm saying we gonna change the world. We can do it. We can do it. And then I see these stories about these animals. I'm like, it's over. It's a fucking wrap. We're done. We're done. So one of those stories. So be looking for peculiar news about animals. I wasn't even looking when this shit came through my YouTube feed, but be looking particularly for odd, unnatural events with animals. There's no shortage of them these days, but these came through this week. I don't know if y'all heard. I forgot to write the city down. Oklahoma, maybe it's somewhere in Oklahoma. It's in one of those Midwest cities, one of those Midwest states. But the kids were on Thanksgiving vacation. When they came back from vacation on Monday, this was an elementary school. Okay, the kids came back from vacation on Monday to go outside and play, and on the little recess field on the back side of the school, the kids walked out to 72. First of all, that's a really important number. Very specific, isn't it? 72 dead vultures scattered, not all over the city, in this one little place. 72 dead vultures scattered all over the field, all over the back where the little benches and stuff are, where the kids play and have recess and stuff. 72 dead vultures. It freaked the local authorities in the administration of the school out so bad that the school refused to pick the birds up and deal with them, move them away. They called the police. The police was like, we ain't doing it. We ain't coming to get them. It took a week. It took a week of hollering before the city administration had, I guess, like some kind of like some kind of organization that deals with animals, come out and clean up. The birds was out there dead for a week before somebody said, okay, we'll come and clean up the birds. 72 dead vultures in one little area. One news broadcast said, which was interesting, the only thing that they could imagine was that might be a factor was the fact that the elementary school was very near a very close, like very, very close to a nursing home, right? And people from the nursing home said that they used to complain because all the vultures would circle around the nursing home pretty regularly. Deep, I know. They would circle around the nursing home pretty regularly. And the nursing home was like literally on the same road, on the same block as the elementary school. And so I was like, well, that makes sense. And so people were like, well, we're trying to figure out what killed all these birds. Now, my personal position was that because vultures are very frightening to people, they have really bad opinions about this wonderful bird. Vultures get a bad rep, and so because they're scary and people associate them with the dead, like rotting flesh and shit, and these birds are circling around a place that ensures that somebody's going to die soon. You feel me? My personal position, they haven't stated it outright because I guess it freaked people out so much. My personal belief is that somebody poisoned birds. That's my personal opinion. Is that somebody at the nursing home was like, this shit is scary. It's not a good look. And they poisoned the birds. And because the school was close by, that's where they all died. They're really wonderful birds, by the way. They're very, very, very smart birds. They mate for life. They're extremely brilliant birds, and they're very necessary birds. They're extremely necessary. So this is the other point. The local, like, I guess CDC, or like whoever's trying to figure out what happened to the birds, started putting out this idea that it might have been a strand of the bird flu. First of all, they always try to exploit what you don't know. It is almost impossible for vultures to die from disease. It's what they're made for. Vultures are made to prevent the spread of disease from rotting flesh. That's what they are. That's what they are made for. It's literally what they're made for. Scientifically, it's almost impossible for vultures to develop viruses, bacterial infections, because of a particular set of enzymes in their gut. Plus, anyway, but yeah, they say that's as a matter of fact, so the other part of that is India had such a rich history in its relationship to vultures, these sacred shrines, because the vulture was a part of their cultural tradition in terms of how to deal with bodies. And a great portion of places in India, some places based on their spiritual beliefs, they will cremate their loved ones. But there are several places throughout, particularly southern India and Iran, for that matter, that the vulture plays a key role in the death process, the death and resurrection process. They believe that the vultures must feed on the bodies of their loved ones first before they can bury the bones of their loved ones. And so there are these shrines where once a loved one passes away, very quick, like within 24 hours, they have to take the bodies up to these high shrines, very, very, very high shrines, so that the vultures can clean all the flesh. But vultures do not eat rotting flesh. That's why they circle over those that they know are dying, because a vulture, they say that one vulture can clean all of the flesh off of a 10-year-old child in about 5 hours. They are very efficient. That's why they don't, as soon as they don't eat rotting flesh, they eat recently deceased, and their whole role in the ecological matrix is to clean the flesh off of the recently deceased so that it doesn't decay, that it doesn't become diseased, that it doesn't attract a disease transmitting bugs. And so in India, and it was a complete accident that these authorities found out, but the vulture population in less than a decade, man, I was terrified. How nobody is not talking. Yes, sky burial. That's exactly what I'm talking about. TD Nefra. Thank you so much. Yes, sky burial. How the world is not talking about this, how everywhere on earth, people are reporting massive disappearances in their bird populations. And they still are not talking about the impact, a decimation, a disappearance of the bird population. I don't know if anybody else has noticed, but as a child, I remember looking forward to certain times of the year because we would go outside and watch the bird formations as the birds were migrating. That was like one of our favorite things to do during certain times of the year. Thousands and thousands of birds, and you would see them move at the same time. We used to love watching that. I haven't seen that shit since I was a kid. The first year I moved to California, 2018, I moved here and was like tripping because I was driving a car. I didn't know anything about the monarch migration in California. So I'm driving the car and I see a monarch. I was like, oh, butterfly. And then all of a sudden I saw 3 butterflies. I was like, oh my God, butterflies. And then I pulled around a corner to go on the freeway. And when I pulled around this corner, there were thousands and thousands of monarch butterflies. I was like, oh my God. I stopped the car. I was like, that was the craziest thing I'd ever seen. When I say thousands of monarchs flying south to Mexico, I was like, this is amazing. Y'all see this every year? Guess what? I haven't seen the monarchs since 2018. It's the only year that I've seen I haven't seen a monarch migration since. This shit is sharp, and we're so distracted that we are not listening. We are not watching what is happening before our eyes, man. I have not seen birds fly in massive groups and do these beautiful formations in the sky as they're going. I haven't seen that shit since I was a kid. And then this thing in India was talking about how this woman's mother was buried at this shrine. That's a sky burial shrine in India. And this was an older woman. She was like in her 60s. And she said she said, because the place is protected, people are forbidden from going there. The only people that are allowed to go there are the people who make sure that the bodies get to the highest person of the shrine. But like once your families go there, once your loved ones go there, you can't like go visit because it's there and it's high so that the animals can come and do their thing. And she said that her mother died and something just kept gnawing at her. She couldn't let it go. And so one night, she decided she was going to break the law. She was going to scale this goddamn shrine to go, quote, visit her mother's bones, and got up there and there were all hundreds of rotting bodies on top of the shrine. And she was like, oh my God. Damn. Hold on just a second. Let me grab something. She said, oh my God, where did the vultures go? There were no vultures. And so the bodies were up there rotting. And so she goes to alert the authorities, knowing that she just broke this law. And so they had all these specialists come in. And this is how they eventually found out. They ended up having to ban it. But they found out that it was a painkiller. It was a bovine painkiller that they had started giving to the cows. And these vultures had been feeding on, recently deceased cows. And this painkiller that was like across cattle breeding, whatever. This painkiller was liver and kidney toxic to the vultures. And so nobody was even paying attention that hundreds of vultures were dying. By the time they realized how big the crisis was, and this was in the late 90s, but now it's like they're seeing the full-time impact. But by the time they realized how serious the crisis was, that, 91, they had specialists come from all over the planet, man. 91% of the vulture population had died consuming recently dead cows, and the painkillers in the blood of the cows was killing the vultures, and nobody was even paying attention to the fact that they didn't see vultures anymore. And so with the decimation of 91, 97, something like that percent of the goddamn vultures, disease was spreading like wildfire. I think one video that I saw said there was an estimated 150,000 people who died as a direct consequence of the decimation of the goddamn vulture population, just from the spread of disease. That if this woman wouldn't have listened to her mama harassing the hell out of her, bitch, I'm up here rotting. This old woman, this 65-year-old woman was like, my mama was harassing the hell out of me. I couldn't let it go. So I waited till the sun went down and scaled the wall of this damn shrine and saw my mother and all these bodies rotting on top of the goddamn shrine because the vultures. She said the first thing I said was, where are the vultures? Y'all, that's not even the worst thing that happened with the animals. But this vulture thing, I could go on for a long, long time. Vultures have been such highly respected and revered and cared for animals for so long in so many cultures everywhere on earth. This was a sacred animal. Ancient people recognized the job of vultures was to keep them safe, was to keep the environment clean, was to be the disposal of recently dead animals and people. And white nationalism, as a matter of fact, I read another article that was talking about when the British, during the second British invasion of India, that the British prime minister to India or some shit like that hated the vultures so much that he nicknamed the bird, what did he say? He called it the shit bird or something like that. And that he basically created a campaign to kill vultures. And the people were like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you can't kill vultures. But his, quote, hatred of the, quote, ugliness of the bird, that sterile shit I was talking about earlier, that sterile shit. The birds are black with red heads. And so this sterile shit coming from Europe impacting the actual environment. Because you think something is ugly, you determine it doesn't have a right to exist. That shit is insane. It is a depravity and an insanity that, child, we will be studying for many eons to see how the hell that shit happened, where the hell that shit came from. And so these campaigns, and I talked to y'all at length about Mao Zedong and his 4 Pest campaign that killed millions of sparrows, facilitating the worst famine in modern history. When I say modern history, I mean from Rome, from ancient Rome to today. The famine that happened as a consequence of the 4 Pest campaign in communist China numerically is the worst famine in modern human history. And we still do not take note of the impact that decimating bird populations has on the entire environment. We still ain't learned that lesson. The Shah of Iran did the same thing. Who else? There were several other bird killing campaigns that had this trickle down cataclysmic impact on the environment, and we still haven't learned that shit. And the reason I'm saying that is because this drug that killed all these vultures, that was not a deliberate attack on the birds. As a matter of fact, because the birds have been decimated and it's impacted every single aspect of life in India, they call it vulture clubs, something like that. It was something cuter than that. They call it vulture restaurants. Vulture restaurants. Right now in India, vulture restaurants set up all over India. People, regular everyday people who just give a damn about the bird, are setting up what they call vulture restaurants, where they will take fresh meat. They will take fresh meat and create meals to attract vultures. But because the vultures have been decimated, there are other opportunistic scavengers that have been taking up the role of eating all this rotten meat around this rotten flesh around the country. And it's typically like big wild dogs and like boars and shit like that. And so once these animals, because they're opportunistic and there are not enough vultures to like shoo them away or whatever, the dogs in particular, if the vultures try to get to the meat, the dogs will attack the vultures, kill the vultures. So what the vulture restaurants have been doing is it's teams of people who would go out to lay this meat out like as a smorgasbord for the vultures, and they will stand guard. They will stand armed guard on around the meat so that none of the other opportunistic scavengers can get to the meat, so that the vultures can come and eat the meat and take the meat to their babies without getting harmed by the other scavengers. Vulture restaurants. But they're seeing a comeback in the vulture population because people have taken it upon themselves because the motherfucking government don't do shit. Got all the money, got all the resources, don't solve none of the people's problems. So the people's like, well, we got to do it our damn selves. And so all over the country, people armed are going out to feed the vultures to try to recuperate the damn vulture population. So those are the two things in India with these vultures. 72 dead vultures in Oklahoma, and they're talking about dead vultures, and their thing that they're putting out is, oh, the vultures may have some particular strain of the bird flu. I'm like, that's bullshit. I don't know what they're trying to cover up, but that's a lie. These birds ain't got bird flu. So what y'all now, because otherwise, if they'd have said, yeah, the people was mad because the birds were scaring the old people at the nursing home and somebody poisoned them, and even though that's messed up, we understand why they did it. Okay, tell that. But now you telling a lie. You telling an outright lie about vultures developing the bird flu. Now it means something. It means you hiding something deeper. It means you hiding something else that you can't allow to be exposed. Because even the fact that nobody was coming to clean these birds up after a week, y'all are hiding something. Y'all are hiding something. And they're talking about how towns around where those vultures died are reporting more bird deaths in the area. Something is happening. And because y'all hate birds, because y'all hate vultures, nobody's really interested in the story except a few little people who live locally, not seeing it as a telltale sign of something serious in that area. 1. 2, another story that I just heard last night that it's got me so distressed. And apparently a lot of people are distressed about it. So Trump administration signed off on some legislation over the last week to go ahead and approve a proposition, I guess, that was made to cull the barred owl population. To cull the barred owl population. And the reason for this proposition is because the barred owl apparently is its native area is the southeastern portion of the country, like the southeastern states all the way down to Florida. They like warmer weather, and that's where they evolved. But the scientist that was talking about it, something's happening that is changing their migratory behavior. And so you have all of these barred owls that are only in the South, and now they're all the way up into Washington and Oregon. All the way across the goddamn country in the coldest part of the country, and y'all ain't explaining to the rest of us why this is not crisis level shit. So because the barred owl is migrating primarily to Washington and Oregon, I forget what owl it is. There's a particular owl that's already endangered in Washington and Oregon, and because of development, and because humans don't want to cede no territory and no space, every square inch needs something built on it. This local bird is endangered. It's actually considered endangered. And so this bird that has now migrated from the south, and we don't know why, the whole crew now is hightailing it out of the south. First of all, if I was hearing this story and I lived in the south, I would be doing some deep investigation, especially if I lived in Florida. Like, bitch, are the birds trying to tell us some shit? They like, look, we don't want to be nowhere near this right here. Let us go ahead and get up out of here. And even if we got to fare the cold weather up in Washington and Oregon, we gonna be the fuck up out of here because something is coming down the pike down up in here in Florida. We don't listen though. And so these birds have migrated in mass, according to this bird scientist, in mass to Washington and Oregon. And the problem is that this bird, having been in the South all these years, has more access to sun. Therefore, it's more active. It's outside all the time. They're bigger. They're much more muscular than this bird that is already endangered, this owl that's already endangered in Washington and Oregon. And so I guess the folks that are over like wildlife preservation or whatever had submitted a proposition to the federal government to cull this bird population, because this bird population coming from Florida now is staging a serious crisis, because there's not a predator bird. There's not a bird that can contend with this bird that is the implant, right? They're treating it as a, quote, invasive species, the owl, the barred owl. Guess how many birds were in the proposition to kill? How many birds, how many owls they want to kill in this plan that was just approved by Donald Trump this week? Somebody take a wild guess. We don't learn shit. Somebody take a guess. And just because people study birds and think they the professionals and think they the experts, but don't study history, don't study the history of men killing birds and the massive trickle-down effect that it has on the rest of the population, don't listen, don't study. The proposition that Trump approved was to give the go-ahead to kill 450,000 birds, 500,000 birds, 500,000 owls, 450,000 owls they want to kill, because it's an invasive species that's challenging the endangered species, and we don't know why all the birds have left the South. That one hurt my heart. Are y'all still here? Y'all probably gone. That one hurt my heart. And then the last odd story that is giving me a lot of pause, and I know that there's a meaning. I know that there is a meaning. People are going to say it's just what it is. It's exactly what it looked like. There's a meaning. This story, I know you've heard because they've been talking about it for about a month now, maybe a little more than that. But you know, they have all of these invasive snakes in the Florida Everglades. It's been an issue as long as I can remember. They've got these snakes are typically they're boa constrictors. They're the descendants of throwaway pets, because at one time it was popular for everybody to have a boa constrictor in their house or whatever. Then when them damn boa constrictors get too motherfucking big and they can't do nothing with it, they go and dump the snake in the goddamn Everglades where that motherfucker can thrive, because he's like, damn, this feel like when I was back at home in the Amazon. This is nice. And just get bigger and bigger and bigger. And then every time bitch lay eggs, she can lay about 50 eggs. And so the snake population in the Everglades is no joke. It is a serious crisis. Not only is it a serious crisis, it is one of the plethora of modern day environmental, ecological catastrophes that we can point to as the direct outcome of human intervention on land, right? And so these snakes be big, scary big. I saw one crossing the road once. It was amazing, but as much as it was amazing, I was like, holy God damn, son of a fuck. To drive on a freeway going to Miami and see a snake so big that his whole body spanned across the goddamn free, we had to stop. Me and many others had to stop in the middle of the goddamn freeway because this goddamn anaconda, I'm not exaggerating, the snake was so long crawling across this road, we could not see his tail yet, and we could not see his head where he had already passed into the bushes. All we saw was body. He was so big. I was like, this shit. I was like, these the dinosaurs. One motherfucker talking about dinosaurs in the past. These the dinosaurs. Florida ain't nothing but dinosaurs. The alligators, them motherfuckers get 10 feet long. Modern, actual, real life dinosaurs. Yo, this shit is crazy. And they everywhere. They everywhere. You just walk out in your backyard, motherfucking alligator sunbathing with his belly up in the air in your backyard. That shit is not uncommon. Florida is crazy. Florida is like another universe. But anyway, so for many years, as long as I can recall, they've had like different methods of trying to like keep the snake population under control, because it's literally decimating the ecology of the Everglades. It's decimating it. It's eating every critter in sight. And so these critters, eat other critters. All of this is a web that keeps things in balance. And this invasive species, the boa constrictor, is decimating it. And so they have started getting really desperate to draw the snakes out. So they started doing a series of wild burns, of controlled burns. And while they would see, this is what the guy was saying, while they would see little animals come out or whatever out of the bush that was being burnt, it was like he said, we would go through there and it was like, no matter how high the grass was, it was like a ghost town. That was the word he used. Everywhere we burned was like a ghost town. There was no movement. Every now and then you'd see a little animal this, a little animal that, but like a mass scurry that would happen as shit is being burnt to the ground. The only thing that we saw were snakes. I said, God damn. So what they did, this has meaning. What they did, child. I said, y'all, this goddamn, we got to take this technology away from these men. We got to, because I don't know what they up to, but this shit, it was concerning to me. Is in an attempt to control the snake population in the Everglades, they created and released, I forget how many hundreds. It was a few hundred AI bunny rabbits into the Everglades. Did y'all read this story? Did y'all hear this story? Where they unleashed these hundreds of AI bunny robots into the Everglades? Did anybody? Tell me I didn't imagine this shit. Did anybody see this story? It was popping just a fucking week ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that, where they show bunnies, AI freaking bunny rabbits in boxes and in little things. And the AI was to collect information. So all of them were created to, like, you know, analyze and capture footage of a whole bunch of anomalies in the area because they're trying to find all these snakes, right? And so the bunny, at first it was successful. Now, one guy said we learned more about the snake population in a week of bunnies, of robotic bunnies. We learned more in a week than we've learned in 10 years about their movements, about where they typically set up their nest. Like, we learned a lot from the bunnies. Then all of a sudden, we started realizing that something else was taking the bunnies. So, because they put like a little pheromone on the bunny, so the bunny smells like a bunny or whatever. I don't know. But anyway, at first it started working. The snakes would come out. They would attempt to eat the bunnies. And all of this information is being collected by the researchers. But then all of a sudden, the only other animal that can stage a contest with the snake were the alligators, and the alligators caught wind of the bunnies too. And with the alligators and with the anacondas, it's like they neck and neck. You feel me? Sometimes you'll see images of the alligator with the snake in its mouth, and sometimes you will see these freaking snakes with their mouths wrapped around the face of an alligator. I'm like, this shit is the craziest thing I've ever seen. This in Florida. This ain't in the goddamn jungle somewhere. This in Florida. And so they started noticing that all the bunnies were disappearing and that the snakes, something was scaring the snakes away. Alligators was coming and busting out the bunnies and eating the robotic bunnies. I was like, there's a story here. There's so much of a story here because we're talking about animal symbolism. We're talking about human intervention on the ecology. It's just, to me, there's so much more to this story than just robotic bunnies trying to catch the snakes. You feel me? I still didn't even get to what I wanted to get to today. I'll try to do it tomorrow. I'm definitely going to have a temple service tomorrow. I was supposed to do the Matrix thing tonight, but I wasn't motivated to. So I'll pick that up another time. I'll let y'all know. Those of you who have paid for the Matrix workshop that we've been doing, I'll let you know when we're going to do the Matrix follow-up. We have one more Zoom workshop on the Matrix. It's been really dope, actually. Very, very dope. Share my shit. Share my shit far and wide. And I'm gonna go because I'm hungry and so it's making me sleepy. So I need to get something to eat. And I promise tomorrow for the service, I'm only going to talk to you about what I want to talk to you about in these studies, in these notes, about the planet Saturn, about our great Yeye, great grandmother Crone, and the role that she's playing in the moment. That's all I'm going to talk to you about tomorrow. So probably do the live the temple service around 10, maybe 11, something between there. I'll let y'all know. I'll send out the link. But yeah, I'm hungry and I can't think when I'm hungry. So I guess that's it. It's long enough. It's 4 hours and 30 minutes. So we'll do temple service tomorrow. Then I'll let y'all know what's going on for the rest of the month later. Okay. That being said, I will say mommy and I are one. Have wonderful dreams. You know what I'm saying? And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Peace.